I usually use StreamYard, and it seems like StreamYard is down everywhere. So we're gonna try this out, see if you guys can see me over there. And I'm not sure if it's gonna let me pull comments up on the screen because it's giving me an X when I try to send a comment to the chat. So what I can do is open YouTube in another window so I can see what you guys are saying. And we'll still have the court playing on screen. And let me hit play. And you guys can see if you can hear me well, if you can hear the court well. And we'll get a thumbs up and we'll start with day 3 of the Meagan Jackson, South Carolina versus Meagan Jackson trial. And we're gonna wing it. You guys are gonna see me struggle stream, but we're gonna do it. We'll get closed captions going. We got our nice portrait. And let me know how this sounds, chat.
All right, anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
Your Honor, just one thing to put on the record.
All right.
I was contacted this morning by Blair Beaudry, the daughter of Jim Beaudry. As you may recall, the defense made a motion to dismiss based on the alleged prejudice for violating the speedy trial right was that they assured us that Jim Beaudry had passed. I asked Ms. Beaudry this morning if her father had passed, and he is still alive.
Okay.
Your Honor, just for clarification, I don't know if you discussed his capacity. My understanding is that he's incapacitated, but did you?
Well, you said that.
I apologize. He's incapacitated, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Your Honor, just a clarification. As you know, I've got just a printout of the presentation.
All right, before they get too far into it, it looks like the stream is carrying over. Again, I'm trying out Restream while StreamYard is down. It seems a little quiet. Do you guys want to raise the volume of the court before we get into it? I think we should. And I see Chloe Albert's Revenge. Again, this is what it's giving me. It lets me test, but it gives me a big red X, and it's not pulling through any chats from you guys. So I'll have to read them. But Chloe Albert's Revenge, good to see you. Says, I'm not sure I've heard of this. Who is this? So Meagan Jackson was a body transporter. She started having a relationship with the coroner. She ends up, according to the prosecution's theory, she ends up unaliving the father of her 4 children, Gregory Rice, takes his body, asks Christopher Dontell, the coroner, her lover, to help her get rid of it after she shot him 5 times. They end up finding the body washed up. Some family was catfishing. They find the body, and it's wrapped up in a gray silver tarp with ratchet straps and zip ties and this weird shaped cinder block that Christopher Dontell was seen purchasing like a day after they believe Meagan Jackson shot and killed Gregory Rice. And yesterday we just went over all of like the GPS and license plate reading data, watching the work vehicles because Meagan was using her Honda Odyssey work vehicle, and Christopher Dontell was using his work vehicle, a Ford Explorer, Ford Expedition, just live and living color driving around. They have like their whole tour to Italy of the whole night. So we were going through that data, and then right before cross-examination started with the same investigator, they broke for the day. We're also going to start getting into some interviews, what Christopher Dontell said to police. So lots of stuff going on. Yeah, Chloe says, oh, 1 bullet per child. Oh no, oh no. 4 kids. And Plans and Pens, good to see you. So let's see what we've got. He seems like he's got something to clear up about his presentation here.
If I show the witness some of the printouts, and show those printouts to the jury, does that make this then deemed admissible? I mean, I can reference the demonstrative evidence without it becoming admissible by virtue of my reference to it. is what I'm
I mean,
asking.
are you using it as a demonstrative?
Yes, sir.
All right, any objection to him using it as a demonstrative evidence?
Principal.
I mean, those are just still photographs of the presentation
That's
that
right.
was on the screen yesterday.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, as long as it's just taken directly from the presentation with no additions or deletions, that's fine. But just to be, that's not all they have. We did get them a jump drive with the actual presentation on it.
Is that okay, Your Honor?
I mean, you can use it as demonstrative evidence, just like they used the presentation yesterday.
That's all.
As I understand, that's the same thing that he flashed up on the screen, you just have it on a sheet of paper.
That is correct.
Okay, that's no difference. All right, anything else?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in. Let's, when they get in, okay.
They're muting me. And by the way, I have absolutely no clue. I mean, I kind of have a clue, but I'm scared to break it on how to like change where my face is. So I'm probably going to stay in this corner for most of the stream. We will learn restream together. They come back right around here.
Anyone else's? No, that's great. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope everyone had a good evening. Again, I want to thank you for being prompt this morning. That's a great assistance to the court. Make sure you have your own notepads and do not have anyone else's
We need to
notepads.
turn the banners.
When we broke yesterday, we were in the middle of Officer Marcus's testimony. I'm going to have the clerk of court place him under oath again since we are starting a new day.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
These first kind of round of questions, I might refer to the slides I've got from the presentation that y'all provided me on Monday. Okay?
Okay.
And just, I want you to have it. I may ask you to look at certain slides. Is that okay?
Sure.
Your Honor, may I approach him? He has this.
Your Honor, I just asked to see what he is showing the witness.
He's showing him exactly what y'all put on the screen yesterday. That's what we covered before the jury came in.
It's just not in the right order, so it might take him a minute to find the right slide.
Which was exactly what I was about to say. I apologize, they're not in the right order. But if you'll bear with me on that. Okay. I'd also ask if I want to show one to the jury, I may take your copy because a couple of mine have a note on it.
Okay.
Let's start with this example of cell site location information.
Bear with me a moment.
No problem. Again, I apologize for that portion of this.
Okay, I have added the flames to restream. We are ready.
Okay, you have it? You have it?
I do, but this is not an accurate depiction of my presentation. There are marks on this that are not on mine.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see that. That was a doodle. Okay. Let me ask you this one. Let me ask you this. When you're looking at the cell tower diagram that you provided, it's got this angle, correct, that goes out that way?
Correct.
Okay. And then there's like a little shaded area close to the angle, right?
Yes. There should be a shaded area inside of the angle depicted on the graph.
And just so it's clear for the jury, that shaded area really means nothing, correct?
The shaded area is just a graphic aid. It's supposed to show that the phone is in the general direction inside of that angle.
Okay. So it doesn't actually mean anybody's there or near that particular spot based on that shaded area.
The shaded area is not a depiction of the location, the exact location of the device. It's just to help show that they're within that angle as it protrudes out.
Could you locate, you also talked about PCMD per call measurement data, right? That's
Correct.
And that's part of the CSLI, cell site location information, is that what that stands for?
Correct. Sometimes we can get per call measurement data when we get those records back.
Okay. Could you locate this one, the example?
Locate what?
Yeah, I'm sorry, a
Specifically.
copy of it, I'm sorry, in what I handed you.
Sorry.
No, I apologize.
Hold on, we are gonna stop here. AV! Oh, AV, I'm gonna cry. Guys, I can't even pull AV's chat up on the screen. She just sent a $50 super chat. I just paid for Restream so we can watch this trial. AV just covered that. I'm struggling up here because I cannot pull your chats into Restream. It's just giving me a big red X. And the chats are my favorite part of YouTube. You guys know that. AV, thank you so much. Are you down because StreamYard's down for you? So big shout out to AV. If one of the mods could, I mean, I feel like all of you guys subscribe to AV already, but if one of you guys could drop the link to AV's channel, I would appreciate it so much because I am struggling. No, AV, I didn't figure it out. I just went to a plan B. I just went to Restream. And there are some issues, guys. So if you guys are streamers, or you're just in the audience looking to see what happened to someone that was supposed to stream today, StreamYard just kicked the bucket. They might be in a tarp in a river somewhere. And I just went to Restream. It was pretty easy to set up, but you cannot, I couldn't take over the stream key for the event I had scheduled, which is why I think Chloe Albert's Revenge, Plans and Pens maybe, and Jenny, I had to tell you guys we have to start a different stream. You have to come over to a different link. So it just went kaput. So hey to everybody in here that's struggling. It sucks. Gossip, rumor, and innuendo. I am using Restream. So just crazy, crazy, crazy. It was really easy to get started using, you guys. Give some grace to if you don't see someone that had a planned schedule showing up. There's a big reason why. Apparently a lot of people use StreamYard. Way more than I would have expected. AV, thank you for the motivation, because I was like, oh, another streaming software I'm going to pay for, and it's going to keep charging me month after month, and I'm going to forget. So big, big thank you there to AV. Glad you have an excuse to come hang out. This is the win, right? So with that being said, you guys, I cannot pull your comments up. I am watching the chat, though, and I will try my best to make sure we can still have the level of participation we always have. So chat away, and we can be a little, you can break the rules a little bit, because I'm not going to pull up a incriminating chat on the screen. You guys can get away with a little bit more. So big thank you guys, and Pink Slime coming in with the Odale Carnalitos. So big thank you. I wish I could pull that up. Guys, we're going to do this. We're going to have, I think we've got everything we need. We've got captions. We have the flame emojis for when it gets spicy. And I will, when I see the prosecutor on the screen, I'm going to update my brand color to match her outfit every day. So here we go, chat. So glad you're here.
Okay, do you have it in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And there's a...
Hold on, wait. I see comments. The first one I see is AV saying, right, love it, keep going, and yay. And then LaDonna saying Lori Vallow Daybell verdict in after like 15 minutes guilty. So we were just talking about fast verdicts. And then I see all of this. The comments are here. We are fully operational. Whew. So thank you for the Lori Vallow update.
There's a band.
We are in business.
as I
I'm so
understand
happy.
it, at the end of it, is that right?
Yes.
Can I share that to Drew real quick? I'll hand it right back to you. Did we scribble on that one too?
No, sir.
That's the band I'm referring to. I'm sorry, moving fast. Everybody see that band? Thanks, sir. That band is, as I understand your testimony yesterday, is measuring the distance that the phone is from the tower. Is that correct?
That's the approximate distance of the phone from the tower at the time of the connection, yes.
Okay. And so as I'm looking through to see if that information is reliable, I would expect to see, if I ever saw a GPS pin and there was also cell tower information, I would expect that pin to be on that band.
It would be close to that band, yes. There is a margin of error with that distancing data, but if the two sets of data occurred at the exact same time, they could line up with each other, yes.
Okay. But you didn't show one slide yesterday, sir, where your pinpoint lined up with your band on it. On it.
There was no slides that I displayed yesterday that had two separate sets of information. So in this instance, per call measurement data and GPS location, I did not have two sets of data at the exact same time to be able to mirror up as you described.
So you did not cross-validate that so we would have a better understanding of where that phone was at that time?
I did not have any per call measurement data to validate with GPS location data.
So why are there bands on there if it's not, what is the band for then, sir?
The band in this particular example, or the band?
No, the band that you have throughout the presentation.
There was, to my record, hold on, give me just a moment.
Sure, you got it right here in front of you.
In my presentation yesterday, I had per call measurement data for Gregory Rice's cell phone records. I only had one per call measurement data listing for Christopher Dontell's, or one of Christopher Dontell's records. However, I had no per call measurement data for any of Meagan Jackson's cellular records.
Okay, so like if you found this slide of Greg Rice's,
Can I just, Your Honor, just so that I can know what he's referring to, if I can just see the
I can
slide.
show it to you.
I have this particular slide in front of me, however, it's not an accurate depiction of my presentation from yesterday. There's additional markings on it.
Okay. Your Honor, would you forgive me a circle? Mary Ann, would you forgive me a circle?
That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I apologize. May I show this to the jury, Your Honor? Yes. As we're looking at this, there's a pin, right? Is that correct?
The pin in this slide represents the location of Gregory Rice's residence.
Okay, so in some of these, you give us, so here we got the band means nothing in this one. Is that right?
The outer band?
The outer band.
The outer band is the approximate distance of Gregory Rice's device at the time of this connection.
Okay, so we know then by looking at this that the outer band is not in line with the pin.
That's correct. However, it is within the margin of error that you typically see with these types of records, which is
Okay.
about 100, 150 meters on either side of that band, just depending on the strength of the connection at the time.
Okay. And so if we're trying to rely on this for where a phone is at a particular time, we have to be fair and understand that I could seriously be outside this room, right? I could be outside this room, and my phone, the band, is not going to show accurately where I am, right?
It depends on the signal strength of connection at the time of that connection, but typically these records are within 100, 150 meters of that distance from the tower.
And 150 meters, can you, how,
It's about the length of a football field, a little bit more than a football field.
okay, all right. And so that could be important, you know, if something is happening outside these walls, your phone and my phone are pointing to the same tower. If I'm in here and someone's sitting right out there, is that correct?
I don't understand the question. Can you ask it again?
If we're going to use, if something were to happen outside these walls, right? A crime's committed right there in the hallway, and you have access to all of our phones. I don't let y'all bring y'all's in, but you have access to all of our phones. And you measure our location, our cell tower location, right? It's going to show that we are in the same area, right? Is that right?
Can you rephrase the question? I'm still having a hard time following your.
Okay. Your CSLI does not, it is flawed in that I can be here and someone can be out there. And if you're looking at both phone data, it's going to say we are in the same area, right?
What's the second set of data you're talking about? You're talking about cell site location information, which is generated from the connection of the cell phone to a tower.
Yeah.
What's the second set of data that you're...
The other person's phone.
Cell site location data?
Yeah.
The cell site location data for that provider could or may be a little off, just kind of depending, again, on the connection, the signal strength of the phone during that connection.
We got another variable. Okay.
Yes, there are several variables, which is why we attempt to validate as much of the information as we can with other data sources when we do this type of analysis.
Okay. All right. Well, one of the things that's peculiar about your analysis to me is that, because I know you would consider the data in the case, right? When you testify as an expert, you consider all the data?
Consider the, yes.
And so part of this extraction data includes chats, messages, videos, images. There's a lot of data in these extractions, right?
So my analysis contained the cell site location data for these devices.
No. Don't you tell me that now.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, it's my cross inmate. Don't you tell me.
Hold for a minute, she's raising an objection.
He's not letting Sergeant Marcus respond to his question. He was in the process of answering the question, and Mr. Britton is like, oh, don't tell me that.
I don't think that was overruled. Go ahead.
So
Objection.
you took this stand as an expert, and you're going to try to tell me that you did not consider all of the data.
When you're doing an analysis on geolocation data, the context of a text message is not necessarily relevant to placing a device in a particular location. Cell site location information from a tower gives you the distance from the tower. A GPS hit could give you the point in time or the point in space where a particular device is at. Whether someone is texting this person or that person talking about the weather isn't necessarily relevant for doing a location analysis, which is what I did in this particular instance.
But it is relevant. You were also a part, you weren't just a GPS guy, sir. Right? You did other things in this investigation.
I did.
Okay. You were heavily involved in this investigation, wouldn't you say?
I conducted some witness follow-ups. I imaged some devices for further analysis, and I conducted this analysis of the location information that was provided to me.
You co-signed a statement made by Chris Dontell.
Yes, I was in a part of an interview as well.
Here we
Like I
go, Chris
mentioned.
Dontell.
And when we are talking about analyzing data, you said the word context. This doesn't give us any context, does it, sir? Your presentation gives us no context. It doesn't tell us what Meagan Jackson and Chris Dontell have discussed or are discussing, right? Do you agree with that?
Correct. Those cell phone records cannot tell me what if any discussion was going on at the time, just that there was a connection between their
And-
phones.
And they also can't tell you anything about who has a motive. Is that right?
No, cell phone records don't provide that type of information either.
The water
And you
counter.
could, because it's part of your data, go back and cross-validate and see what they were discussing in the text messages and chats beforehand to get an idea of motive and intent, right?
That analysis was provided to another officer in this case. That was not my particular participation in this case.
But you said you read all the data, sir.
No, sir, I did not. I said I reviewed the data that was given to me for my geolocation analysis.
Sir, are you going to sit here and tell me that as an expert, you said you were an expert in cell bite extraction, is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're a digital forensics expert. Is that what you purported to be?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't consider the information, the critical information and data that would give this jury context for what was happening on this evening.
I analyzed the data for my particular part in this investigation, which was the geolocation analysis of the devices involved in this case. As far as additional analysis for digital devices, that was done by Lieutenant Ben Wells with the York County Sheriff's Office. That was not my job in this particular case.
You were one of the 9 or so visits to Flint Lake Apartments, weren't you, sir?
9 or so visits. I don't recall going out to Flint Lake 9
But
times.
you were part of some of those visits, weren't you, sir? You under oath?
Objection, Your Honor. He's thinking. He's trying to answer the question. It's not necessary to say you're under oath.
We're fooled. Why do you say it like that?
I believe I conducted 2 follow-ups at Flint Lake Apartments.
And when you did so, y'all already had the cell phones of Meagan Jackson and Chris Dontell.
At the time of my first follow-up, I was not aware of that. They may or may not have. It was early in the investigation. At the time of my second one, yes.
Okay. And so, as we talk about this quote-unquote crime scene, one of the things we know is the time you were out there yourself, Meagan Jackson and Chris Dontell were already suspects, right? At one of your visits.
Correct.
In total, y'all canvassed the area 9 times, right? Oh, you may not know that.
I don't have that information.
Okay.
No, that was not part of my participation in this case.
Okay. But you were pretty heavily involved now, weren't you? You were one of the few that's there. This thing took y'all so long. You were one of the few that was there in the beginning, right?
No, sir, I was not initially assigned to this case in the beginning.
Oh, okay, sorry, it was 10 days. Was it 10 days after?
I didn't get involved in this case until almost 2 or 3 weeks after. In fact, for 2 weeks during the initial part of this case, I was out of town in training.
That's right, because you weren't actually qualified yet to do what you're in here testifying about the time you were involved in the investigation.
Objection, Your Honor.
So,
Hold for a second, she's ready to make the
Okay.
objection. What's the grounds for the objection?
Well, I don't believe that when Your Honor qualified Sergeant Marcus as an expert, it was pinpointed in time, or I don't believe Your Honor made a ruling, well, you're an expert as you testified here today, but I'm not going to find that you were an expert earlier. So I think saying he was not an expert is not the proper phrasing for that.
so I believe you got involved earlier, that's fine. You were involved at a time when they were suspects to this crime.
Yes.
Okay. And you stayed with it right to the very end. Is that correct, sir?
I did. I conducted some follow-ups and this analysis that I presented yesterday.
And despite the multiple visits to Flint Lake Apartments, you and your investigative team operated under the impression that this crime occurred at Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. Isn't that correct, sir?
A early theory in the case was that this did occur, or could have occurred at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, yes. It was one of the theories in the case.
I've been here, and we've been here to hear, that changed. They didn't know for 4 years until Chris Dontell came in and told everything. Did you collect any other evidence other than the testimony of Chris Dontell that would change the crime scene, sir?
I personally did not know.
No. And you don't know of any either, do you, sir?
I'm sorry.
You don't know of any other evidence that was collected by any other part of your investigative team that modified the location of this crime until Chris Dontell made his deal with the state.
No, I'm not aware of any other evidence.
And so, if we're to believe that this occurred at Flint Lake Apartments, then we've got to rely on Chris Dontell. Is that correct, sir?
Can you restate the question again?
If we're to believe that this crime occurred at Flint Lake Apartments, we've got to rely on the word of Chris Dontell.
I imagine that the jury would need to rely on all of the evidence presented in this case to make a decision.
But you didn't. You didn't change your opinion about where it occurred until Chris Dontell gave a statement, sir, that you co-signed. Put your name on it.
Quite often during an investigation, when new evidence comes to light, it can change the direction of the investigation.
Okay. So you agree with me?
Agree with you on what part?
That's what changed the direction of your investigation, the word of Chris Dontell.
Chris Dontell's statement did add that extra evidence, and we did consider another crime scene.
Diva Dog is such a good comparison here, Deanra. Thank you for the two.
And you were going to testify on December 6th at the trial, Chris Dontell, weren't you?
Yes, I was a state witness subpoenaed for that trial.
In fact, the presentation that I got was dated right before that, a few days before that trial. So you were going to present this essentially same information in the case of Chris Dontell.
Yes.
Okay. Now here's how we know we can't rely on your evidence, sir. You were going to use that same evidence to try to convince 12 people it happened at Flint Lake Apartments. At the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. Weren't you, sir?
I was going to present my analysis as part of this courtroom this trial, yes.
And when you got to the part where when Meagan Jackson was picked up, where Gregory Rice was picked up by Meagan Jackson, were you going to say, oh, and right here, by the way, she killed him? You weren't worried.
No, sir.
You were going to say she picked him up and delivered him to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home alive.
No, sir.
Oh, really?
My presentation cannot establish at what point in time Gregory Rice's
Calm down.
life ended. It just shows the location of the devices during that period in time on October 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
But in your case against Chris Dontell, your evidence was going to be used to show a jury that he was alive when he got to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Your evidence, your presentation, was going to be put up by the state to aid them in proving that Greg Rice was alive when he got to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home.
My presentation, again, doesn't depict whether someone was alive or dead at a particular period of time. It just shows the connections and the locations or the general area of where those devices were at that period of time.
You want to keep focusing just on your GPS, and I understand that, but you also were involved other ways in this case, weren't you, sir?
Yes, I did conduct some witness interviews.
Okay. And you had mentioned you read the data in this case. And so I want to ask you about some of that data. And you can tell me whether or not you considered it, because I want to show this jury some context. Is that what you told us, right? Your GPS doesn't do a whole lot about context, does it?
The context depends on the data, yes.
Oh, it is. Before we get there, I'm sorry. I want to back up real quick. There was a slide that just occurred to me that I didn't see in what was sent to me. Maybe it was there, maybe it wasn't. I'm not casting aspersions on anybody, but there was a 10:05 moment. Y'all kind of threw in there a 10:05 moment, and I hadn't seen it before, showing that Greg Rice was leaving. I think you said he was leaving the area. Is that what you said?
At 10:05, between 10:05 and 10:06 on October 2nd, 2020 is the first time that you see a tower shift. That suggests that that device is moving away from his residence, yes.
But in your initial, did you say residence that time?
The area of his residence, yes, sir.
Okay, because in the only timeline I ever got from y'all, not the one y'all showed in court, one I actually got, your timeline says Greg Rice left his apartment, his phone left his apartment at 10:05. Isn't that what your original timeline showed us?
The presentation shows his device leaving the area of his apartment at 10:05 p.m., just a little after 10:05.
Okay. And that probably would fit the narrative you would have been pitching in your case against Chris Dontell. Meagan Jackson pulls in, she goes to his apartment. Like every man, he fiddles around for a couple seconds. He comes out and gets in the car, and there's a minute drive to get out at 10:06. Do you agree with that?
Can you restate that, sir?
Sure. You'd have been testifying. Meagan Jackson pulls into Flint Lake Apartments. She comes through the gate at 10 o'clock at Arrowhead. She makes her way down, pulls up to Greg Rice's apartment. He comes out, gets in the car, and they leave at 10, and they leave the apartment at 10:05, and they're out the gate at 10:06.
So my testimony was that the cell site location information for those Greg Rice's device shows he was in the area of, or the phone was in the area of his house for that period of time. Right around 10 o'clock, the license plate reader for Meagan Jackson's vehicle is picked up as it's coming into the village of Arrowhead at 10:05 p.m. Just before 10:06 p.m., you see the tower shift for Greg Rice's phones, and at 10:06 p.m., Meagan Jackson's van is picked up by the license plate reader leaving Arrowhead.
And we know the state would have had to try to spin that as Meagan Jackson has a live person in her car, Greg Rice. Because part of your presentation also was that Dontell was still back at the funeral home. Isn't that right?
Again,
Your Honor. That's a mischaracterization of the presentation and his testimony.
Redirect. Go ahead.
Again, my presentation and my testimony only shows the movement of these devices or this data displayed on a map. The phone's in a particular area, it moving, the license plate reader capturing a car, it moving, nothing more.
Okay. So you agree with me then that if this jury, if part of a deliberation is require someone to develop an intent, maybe even a motive, what you presented is not very helpful.
Your Honor, that's also a mischaracterization of the law because motive is not an element of the crime.
An objection, right?
Go ahead.
Again, my presentation only shows the movement of these devices and from the data that I analyzed.
Okay. And one of your slides, let's look at, you still have that up there with you?
I still have these slides up here, yes.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to take a peek at the slide when Meagan Jackson is leaving River's Edge. You,
Which one?
it's the LPR. It's actually a still photo, I believe, sir.
I believe I know which one you're talking about. If you could show me those so I make sure I have the
No
correct one.
problem. This one right here. You don't have to get, I'll show you through it with my hand covered over my work.
I think that's a pretty good color match
Yes, sir.
for the outfit of the day.
Okay.
There's another color we should change to. Let me know, chat.
What we have here?
This particular slide shows a still image that was captured, or from the security footage from the gate leaving River's Edge community. One of these images depicts the van driven by Meagan Jackson, or typically driven by Meagan Jackson, and the other one is a Ford Explorer. That is consistent with what Christopher Dontell drives.
Okay.
Touche. Thank you for the 5. So he was actually on the stand for quite a bit yesterday. This is Ken Marcus. He was with the Horry County Police Department. Touche. Oh, I forgot that you guys can actually see the chat on screen, but I should still read them. I just realized I have no idea what this testimony is. I've been so distracted by the water and the pacing and the theatrics. Oh my God. So if you didn't pay attention yesterday, they were really, with the prosecution doing direct examination, prosecution focused in on Meagan Jackson's, where her phone was moving, where her residence is, where these key locations like the funeral home, the Lowe's Food Plaza. That's where we see Meagan, apparently Meagan, because she's wearing the all black outfit that she's seen in at Abuela's restaurant earlier on. She's in the same Honda Odyssey vehicle. The prosecution really focused on Meagan's whereabouts, even though they did include interactions and overlaps with Christopher Dontell. Remember, here their focus is to prosecute Meagan Jackson. Now, with the defense being on cross-examination, there are a ton of theatrics in a way that stylistically drives me nuts, but it's also entertaining. What they're trying to get into now is if they can establish that, we don't know where the crime actually took place. And if you don't know where the crime actually took place, you might not be able to convict my client, Meagan Jackson, of murder. Through the hand of one is the hand of all. So South Carolina, their accomplice liability is the hand of one is the hand of all. And that would mean that if Meagan Jackson knew a crime was about to take place, knew that, let's say Christopher Dontell did the murder. If Meagan knew that that was going to take place and she was there when it happened, you knew about the plan, you went with them, you're physically there, even though she didn't shoot. Let's assume she wasn't the one that shot Gregory Rice. You can still be convicted. You would meet the elements under South Carolina's accomplice liability. So this is really important for the defense, because if they can say, Christopher Dontell was misleading you and you don't actually know where the crime occurred, and you're really just going on Christopher Dontell's word, who took a plea deal for you to drop the murder charge against him, you have his word that says it was Meagan that shot Gregory Rice, and then she brought his body to me, and I simply helped her cover it up after the fact. That's Christopher Dontell's story. If the defense can say that's not good enough, and maybe it was actually Christopher Dontell. In fact, we submit it was Christopher Dontell that killed this guy because he was in love with Meagan Jackson. Meagan Jackson wasn't there when this man was killed. She didn't know Christopher Dontell was going to kill the father of her 4 children. Then she can't be found guilty for planning and murder. She might have trouble getting out of covering it up after the fact. And I'm not saying that's the way this is going to play out. I'm just saying that's what, with cross-examination here, this is what this defense attorney has to try to be able to get evidence on the record of, so he can make his argument in closing, right? So that's why we're here. But touche, the water is really distracting. And holy bananas, STS just gifted 50 subs. This is super, super huge. And what's really cool about StreamYard, guys, STS, is like the tech genius of the chat, and he missed me struggle streaming starting this up. But STS, look what I can do with Restream that I can't do with StreamYard. I can pull all the green GIFs up on screen. So look how many people you just initiated into the gang with 50 big ones, as Brooklyn says. Fancy Fox, Kathleen, if you know, you know, Leah, Luna. We've got Sarah Armstrong, Sneaky Peta. Look at this. This is super cool to see on this end. I can actually see the rain. So everybody in the chat, I should see 50 thank yous to STS. So glad you caught alive. We started doing a RICO yesterday, guys. I didn't see a stream for that today. I don't think there was court today at all. There's another hot mess RICO trial going on in Fulton County with the rapper Cash Out. Adrian Love is part of the prosecution team. There's some issues over in that one. So definitely missed STS with that yesterday. Look at this. Super, super thank you. Julie Boren, name I haven't seen in a while. So big thank you. We're going to get back into this, but this is incredible, STS. Big STS shout outs in the chat, and so happy you're here. Hope I'm not breaking the stream, and I think STS will be the right person to help if anything goes wrong.
And although difficult to see, you are aware that there's something in the passenger seat of Meagan Jackson's vehicle. And it is hard to see. But you know what's there.
Yes, there appears to be an object in her seat.
And that object has a name, doesn't it, sir? You know from your investigation that object has a name. Blow Up Betty. Right? You aware of that?
I believe there was a reference to something called Blow Up Betty, yes.
Okay. And if you consider the data, and I'm going to test you what data you consider more specifically, you would know there was a conversation, a chat. In fact, maybe I'll put it in notes. There was a chat between Meagan Jackson and Chris Dontell where he asked to go to a shooting range that night, right?
Yes.
And she says, I'll bring who?
Blow Up Betty.
That's right. On the night of October 2nd,
Hold on, how did that sync up? Did he say blow up Betty and then make the tinkle noise?
who?
Blow Up Betty.
That's right. On the night of October 2nd, the context you have, this text the jury hasn't seen yet, is what's on Meagan Jackson's mind, the sex. Sir?
Was there a question with that, sir?
Isn't that right?
I have no idea what's going through Meagan Jackson's mind at any point in time.
You'd agree with me, though, that if you consider the data, you would know that she was saying we can fool around with Blow Up Betty, right? There was some context there again.
I was made aware of the message. I don't know the entire content of the chat.
And so, yeah, it looks sketchy going out there to the preserve. But you also know, if you read the data, that that's something they did pretty often. Well before any issues with Gregory Rice, Meagan Jackson liked to go out and shoot some guns. Shoot a gun, right?
I'm not aware of that now.
You mean to tell me you didn't read the data in this case to get an understanding about their relationship?
No, sir, that was not my purview in this case. That was not my function in this case.
Sir, that is part of your extracted data.
I did not extract that particular phone.
That's right. That's right. But you were allowed to testify to a phone that you did not extract. So I'm going to ask you about some of the other data that you did not extract. Sorry, I got too much coffee. Court's indulgence. in that data, it is extremely clear with pictures, messages that the affair going on between between Meagan Jackson and Chris Dontell is hot and heavy. Agree with that?
Again, I didn't look at all of the data in these phones.
So we can mark that down as data you did not consider. I guess you also didn't consider how common it was for them to park their car in a place like Lowe's or the fire station, leave a vehicle there, leave Chris's vehicle there specifically, and go in her car back to Meagan Jackson's house.
That did come up in the investigation, yes.
Okay. And as a GPS guy, you could have tracked that to verify that that was part of their habit, right?
If that data was available, yes.
If it was available. So, in a court, and we know it is, the extraction is volumes of information, right?
Yes.
It's volumes of information. And part of that information also shows you that Chris Dontell was lying over and over and over and over and over again to his wife.
That is information that came up during the investigation. However, it was not information that I reviewed for my analysis.
There's also information in there, maybe you had a chance to review this, that Greg Rice was sending messages to Erica Dontell anonymously that Meagan Jackson was pregnant with her husband. Greg Rice was exposing the affair in Meagan Jackson's pregnancy. That's part of the data from the extraction.
Objection, there's no
Isn't
question
it?
there, Your
Isn't
Honor.
Let's ask you a question.
Isn't it, sir?
There was a lot of devices that were extracted. I did not review all of them. I know that the affair was brought up during the investigation, was learned during the investigation, but the specifics behind how the affair was outed, I don't have any information on.
So you did not consider the data that related to Greg Rice causing Chris Dontell a massive nightmare in terms of his relationship with Meagan Jackson and her pregnancy. Is that what you're telling the jury?
That information's not considered relevant when you're trying to determine the location of a device at a particular period of time.
That's not all you're doing, sir. I mean, that's not all you're doing, sir. You were involved in this investigation.
Objection, Your Honor. That is not a question.
Weren't you, sir?
Abstain, keep it to questions, don't testify to the jury.
Yes, sir. Did you consider any information, any text between Chris Dontell and Meagan Jackson, where Chris Dontell identified that he was afraid of Greg Rice?
No, sir. Again, that was not part of my part in this particular case. All of that would have been done by a different detective.
Okay. You don't, as we see here today, you missed that part of the extraction where he's so nervous about Greg Rice, he's scared to go to his mailbox.
Again, that was not data that was pertinent to my part of the investigation. That's not something I reviewed.
So you also might not have reviewed, maybe you did, I don't know, maybe someone shared this portion of the data with you, that Chris Dontell was seen sneaking around the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home on September 20th, sir, by himself. Isn't that right?
I have no information about anything regarding that.
Looking for a key, sir? You don't know about that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. Did you see in the data where 5 days later or so, he lied to Meagan Jackson about having found a key to the funeral home in his car? Did you review that data?
Again, that was information not reviewed by me. I have no knowledge of any of that.
Okay. And not only, and you would agree with me though that if you're trying to determine motive, intent, why people are where they are this evening, that kind of information might be beneficial. Agree with that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
Yeah,
question?
so we're trying to figure out why people are where they are, what's going on in their relationships and in their lives, provides context for us. You agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes, sometimes the location information can be helpful in, sometimes context about people's lives can be helpful in determining whether location information is normal or abnormal.
It could also maybe help you determine whether or not Chris Dontell is being reliable when he tells you a story about what happened.
If someone had mentioned that they were at a particular point in time and you took location information that you had for that same point in time, you could help corroborate or dispel a statement, yes.
Okay. And so we know that on December 6th, you co-signed a statement that Chris Dontell wrote. And in that statement, where did he tell you, what he told you that Chris Dontell, he told you that he was at the funeral home and Meagan Jackson just brought him a body. Is that correct? That's essentially what he told you.
Do you have a copy of the statement that I could look at so that I can testify to it accurately?
Because I don't know.
I do have it. Excuse me. Let me give you this one. This was one we got. I'm going to see if I can find this is what was provided to us, government efforts witnesses.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, can I just see what he's showing the witness? So
Yeah. Let me see if I can find the version of that.
I'm happy to just look at what he's handing the witness. I don't need my copy, I just want to see what he's showing.
Oh, thank you, man.
Tiana, you know I'm going to tell you what the B on his water bottle is for. What? Let's think. I don't want to say ABCs of steel because it's a little out of Steele's. He keeps it PG. Yeah, and right in hand here, Keisha says, "Did I miss anything interesting?" Yeah, we had Blow Up Betty introduced today. That is what the B on the water bottle is for, Kiana. Keisha, we're finally getting into discussions of what Christopher Dontell told police, possible inconsistencies, and this is huge for the defense because they want to be able to say that it could have been Christopher Dontell that carried out the actual murder, and Meagan may not have been aware that it was going to happen and may not have been present for it. And we're starting to touch on who's the anonymous person that was relaying to Christopher Dontell's wife. And presumably, if the wife knew, it. Listen. I like to think I'm different from the way a lot of girls might act stereotypically in relationships, right? But if I get a message with something incriminating about my husband sleeping with somebody else, I'm probably going to talk to my husband about it. So, if Christopher Dontell's wife was getting these messages, Christopher Dontell, it makes sense that Christopher Dontell could have been aware of the substance of those messages. And that could be motive enough, right? So the defense has some stuff they can work with here. I don't think Meagan Jackson's prospects look good at all. But there is a little bit that the defense can work with here, and they seem to be going there. So How did I find this case? So, what caught my attention, I actually tune out a lot of, trials. Kathy Roussan will post what Law and Crime is streaming. And I don't know, I just like tune a lot of that out. But because this one said coroner, I was interested because coroners, if they lack integrity, that could impact a lot, right? So, say there's another body that is found, some crime occurs. What exactly could a coroner mess up for investigations into other crimes? So that sent me down the rabbit hole on this one. Dolly Talk says, so is she single? I mean, I don't think that matters to her. She clearly isn't a one person limit. So yeah, everyone's like, let's watch anything but Karen Reed. But yeah, so that's what the defense is getting at. All of these little pieces where they can connect the dots to Christopher Dontell having motive and being the one that actually independently carried out this murder against Gregory Rice, which would, you know, they might just take the L for the accessory after the fact for their client and make it a bigger fight to fight the murder and the conspiracy to murder. So, or kidnapping, rather. She's charged with kidnapping.
Take time. Give a read.
Yes, I recognize this. What is the question again?
See if I can remember. Oh yeah, on this date that you signed this document, Chris Dontell's version of events are that Meagan Jackson, without his knowledge, on her own accord, drove over, took up Greg Rice, and came back with a body, dead body. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, this was a statement that was provided to us. However, he recanted that statement shortly afterwards.
So you sat down with him.
That you see how quickly he asked to see the statement because he wanted to get it right, which is just hesitation to me. Sometimes wanting to get things right is wanting to get things right. Other times it's buying yourself some time because you know they got to go get the document and you get to look at it and sit there and think to yourself. And now he answers very quickly, as if I say it quickly, no one will really process what I'm saying. Christopher Dontell said one thing and then changed his story. And this, to me, looks like the face of someone who was just got.
Right, because you signed it, sir.
Correct.
This is the story he told. And then, within an hour, how long was it before he came up with a new story?
Sure, within an hour, I guess is inaccurate.
Within 1 hour, that man goes from saying a body was brought to him to now what is he telling him, wants the jury to believe? That he was he an eyewitness? Is that what he told you?
He was a witness.
Now he's trying to tell you he went with Meagan Jackson over to Greg Rice's apartment. Is that right, sir?
Yes.
And he witnessed the whole thing. Is that what he told you, sir?
Yes.
So, could you, based on, after you got that information, did you make a trip back out to Flint Lake Apartments?
No, so we made the trip to Flint Lake Apartments before speaking with Christopher Dontell.
Erica, this warms my heart.
And then after he changed his story and told you that he was a witness to it, did you guys go back out there after that?
No, sir.
Okay. So he didn't take you and show you where this occurred?
I believe he drew something at that time.
Oh, they must have. So, based on the drawing that I don't believe I have, where is he in his most recent version claiming this occurred?
Roadside on Arrowhead Boulevard, before you get to Flint Lake Apartments.
Okay. And don't we know that can't be true, sir?
No.
Okay. Well, if he's out there on the roadside already, but he's left his apartment, hasn't he?
Who has?
Gregory Rice has already left his apartment, hasn't he?
I don't have the ability to answer that question. I have no idea
do,
if he
sir.
did or
You are
not.
here for GPS, don't you, sir?
I am here for the cell site location information and GPS, that's correct.
Okay. So you're telling this jury that you don't believe Chris Dontell has changed version, and he says it happened out there on Arrowhead Road, right? Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
Which is away from the apartment, correct, sir?
It is in between the apartment and the license plate reader hit at Clay Pond and Arrowhead Boulevard.
That's right. And so if his phone doesn't ping, change directions until 10:05, we know that can't be true, sir.
Can you,
Because he has to already be out there.
I don't understand the question.
You should.
Objection, Your Honor.
I apologize, Mom. Y'all slung into the presentation a 10:05 ping. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes, there was a 10:05 connection that shows that the device is moving.
That's right. And for him to get from his apartment to somewhere down the road on Arrowhead, he's got to walk, right, sir?
Correct.
Okay? And when
Or-
he starts, I'm sorry.
Or ride in a car.
Okay? But that's not what his statement says, is it, sir?
Whose statement?
Dontell doesn't say that anybody gave him a ride from the apartment out to the road.
The written statement, no.
How about the other statement?
His verbal statement did not say that someone gave him a ride from the apartment to the road.
Okay.
No, Peter.
So, there's a lot of inferencing going on, but we could probably infer that he walked. I mean, someone was going to pick him up, right?
From what I understand from the statement, it was supposed to be Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell picking him up.
Okay. So he was going to walk to that area. So we can assume, pretty safely assume he walked. Right, sir?
Okay?
Okay. Would you agree with that, don't you?
That he walked?
Yeah.
I have no information to say that he didn't or did.
Okay. And your testimony yesterday was that when those phones start to move, that's when they ping to a new location. Isn't that correct, sir?
My testimony yesterday was at between 6 o'clock, I believe 5 o'clock, and 9, almost 10 o'clock at night, 10:05. The Greg Rice's phone was pinging in the same area, which was at his residence, and at 10:05 was the very first movement, which was a change in tower that we saw, which corresponded with a license plate reader hit of Meagan Jackson's van.
But if it's pinging, sir, if it's pinging and this story is accurate, how then does it not ping before 10:05 if he left his apartment and is walking to a location to be picked up?
The section of road, number one, is serviced by that same tower area around his house. Number two, the cell site location information was collected and analyzed is only captured when the device, it makes that connection to the tower. There was a period of time for about 2 or 3 minutes that there were no connections to the tower.
So then you don't know. Don't you tell me you don't know when Greg Rice left his apartment?
I can give you a time frame of a few minutes, but I can't get any tighter than that.
Yeah. As we sit here today, you also had some more involvement in this case. I want to remind you, if I could, sir. Didn't you field a call and create a report related to an incident where Chris Dontell?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
You have been approached. Fill your water cup. Oh no, they're gonna mute it. Let us see if he fills his water. No, he's sitting there. He's thinking about it. He's like, man, should I use this opportunity to go pee? Or should I just wait? How much longer am I gonna be up here? I've held my bladder longer. I can do it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Hold on, wait. I see conversations about a StreamYard. Yeah, so this is weird. I'm jumping back and forth between this and Nick Starro. I'm having trouble connecting to this stream and it keeps crashing for me. Nick seems to be working fine, but I think he dumped StreamYard. Maybe it's just YouTube being funky. Like, you mean like what you're seeing on the other end is like not being friendly. So I don't know. Someone else said that like if there's an ad, it's going to an all black screen, which I don't really know how that could be a like restream's fault, right? That seems like it could be YouTube. And someone had mentioned over on X that Google Cloud is actually the source of the outage, and that must be what StreamYard relies on. But Google Cloud is having a major outage, so a lot of websites are affected right now. So that could affect YouTube, right? It could just be StreamYard and YouTube. I love that every time Chloe's there with that, it's Bear the animal. Oh, Dolly, StreamYard just let you keep going and going. No.
You were involved in a subsequent investigation. It was during the 4 or 5 years of this investigation that included Chris Dontell allegedly attempting to hire someone to kill Meagan Jackson. Isn't that right, sir?
Yes.
Water. I told you he was telling himself he could hold his bladder. He could make it.
As we sit here today, are you prepared to ask this jury to take the word of Chris Dontell, who, as you know from your data review, had a very hot relationship with my client, Meagan Jackson, behind her back, over and over again, right? You agree that was part of this investigation, right? This affair?
Correct.
Okay. So he's lying to her. He stood up in this, and he's also, not only is he lying to her, he lied to this court. He lied to this court too, didn't he, sir? Because you know that on the day that he took a plea, right? On the day that he took a plea, that same day, he gave you 2 different versions of the event. Isn't that correct, sir? December 6th, 2024.
I don't recall if that was the same day of his trial or plea or not.
Okay. On December 6th, 2024, after he made a statement in court about his involvement in the case, he then sat down with you, sir, isn't that correct?
I don't know if he gave a statement of his involvement in this courtroom or not, sir. I wasn't in the courtroom at the time that that trial occurred at the time. I was a sequestered witness.
When you sat down with him, you knew that he had struck a deal.
I knew that he had pled to a charge presented in court at the time, yes.
Okay. And in the statement that he gave you, there is no evidence, no testimony from him that there was any kind of joint planned attempt to kill Gregory Rice. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And in the second version that he told, where he says he was with her, in that version, it was still a surprise to him. She just jumped out the car and started firing. Isn't that what he said, sir?
Yes.
And so in his second version, he doesn't talk about there being any plan on agreement to kill Gregory Rice. You agree with that, don't you?
To my recollection, yes.
And so after all this time, that's the person you're asking this jury to rely on to help you establish a crime scene, a motive, intent. Is that somebody you're asking them to rely on, sir?
That particular question belongs to the solicitor. My part in this is just to present the data that I analyzed to the jury so that they can make their decision at the end of everything.
So in South Carolina, you guys, solicitor is the term that they use to refer to attorneys.
Did you sign the statement, sir?
I signed the statement as a witness, stating that I observed it.
Okay, and you took the interview, didn't you, sir?
The case agent took the interview, not me. I was just present.
You were present.
Yes.
Didn't take you present. Court's indulgence, please. Here somewhere. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. In your data, well, in his statement, one of the things he told you is that she was the one who always has to go to the shooting range. Isn't that right?
In which statement?
That's right, Scott. I'm sorry. In the one that he hand wrote.
I don't recall.
Would you like to see it?
Oh, I can't wait. Oh, Peter, don't spoil it.
May I ask for the copy?
Oh, why did it freeze? I didn't do anything to the screen. Why did it freeze? Okay,
Wanted
wait.
to.
It's Court TV.
Thank you.
Where am I? It's not STS's fault. Hold on. Holy moly. Thank you, Peter. Guys, Peter sent a super sticker, and guess what Restream does? Restream lets me see what the sticker is. And it says, and it's cool, so it has like alt text. Lemon character bowing his head while spreading hearts with his arms. That is amazing. So that's super cool of Restream to have this feature. Peter, is this your way of asking for a spoiler? Guys, we are going to get the witness we want today. I'm very excited, but we've got to get there. So Peter, we're going to force Peter to hang out with us until he can give us spoilers as it actually happens. No spoilers in advance. Big thank you here, Peter. How many water pours does a lemon sticker sponsor? We're going to flavor this guy's water now. So drop some booms in the chat. Yes, you guys can see it on your end. Oh, I love that. Miss Candy's already working in the lemon in the thank you here. I love that. I'm liking Restream, you guys. I am liking Restream. What a bad day for StreamYard. Oof. Oof. So thank you to Peter for giving this man some flavor to his water.
Bear with me a moment. This is 4 or 5 pages long. I'm trying to find
No problem.
if there's any reference in here.
No problem. And I'm getting close to being done.
the witness was trying to get ahead of an inevitable, why is it taking you so long, insinuation. We have the lemon being incorporated as an emoji in the chat for Peter, and then STS sending a super to say boom right back to Peter. So you guys know the boom boom. We gotta drop the emojis when Peter's around. Peter gave us a spoiler that doesn't count. I'm very excited. STS, thank you for the 10. You guys just want this guy to keep drinking more water.
Can you repeat the question for me?
Yeah, I just thought I recalled a reference where Chris Dontell says that Meagan Jackson was the one who always asked about going to the shooting range.
There is a reference in here about liking to go to, always went shooting. This is specific.
Is that specific phrase?
Yes. And always went shooting.
Okay. You, in your data review, and I just want to make it clear for the record, you didn't consider, maybe you did you consider that on 9/28, 4 days before the disappearance of Gregory Rice, that Meagan Jackson warns Chris Dontell to be on the lookout for Gregory Rice?
That was not part of my review, no. I'm not aware of any messages along those lines.
And you also then didn't review the follow-up message where she says, I just talked to Greg Rice, and if he sees Erica Dontell, your wife, he will tell her to her face what is going on. Did you consider that?
I'm not aware of any such messages, no, whether they exist or not.
Okay. We have one more question.
TS did the math. 80 to 100 milliliter cup. No wonder he's gotta like keep pouring.
Last little thing. On September 30th, just a few days before the disappearance of Greg Rice, Meagan Jackson took groceries to his house for him.
I'm not aware of any such event, whether it existed or not.
You didn't see that message where Meagan Jackson said, I'm headed over to take Greg Rice groceries?
Again, I'm not aware of any such information, whether it exists or not.
Sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you ready?
I'm going to sort of start at the end there. Just because someone texts something, does that mean they're telling the truth?
No.
And isn't it often that someone will text someone something and it is an outright lie?
I imagine that happens.
Would that be more or less likely if someone is planning a murder, that they would be less than truthful?
Most people that I've dealt with in my career are not necessarily truthful when they're involved in criminal activity.
Look at they're like, ooh,
And let me also just flesh out the rest of this incident where Mr. Dontell allegedly tried to have his co-defendant killed. First of all, let's get the whole story. The allegation was also that he was going to try and have me killed, correct?
Correct.
Did you and other investigators try to substantiate that allegation?
Yes, we did.
Were you able to?
No.
Meaning that there was no evidence that that actually happened.
Correct.
There's been quite a bit of question.
poor TV, don't mess up now.
From his apartment,
Oh no, not Randall and Green.
the hit on the LPR. The sectors are simply meant to show that the cell phone or the device is hitting off that same tower, correct?
Yes, there's 3 sectors on each tower. They point in 120-degree arcs in different directions. And those... What was the last part of your question? I apologize.
That's okay. Let me ask it this way. Is it possible for someone to be walking but their device still connecting to the same tower?
Yes, if it's the strongest signal. If it's the strongest signal that the phone sees, it would still continue to connect to that tower.
When would it switch? When it found a stronger signal?
Correct.
The data that you had, that you analyzed for that particular point in time, was that simply tower information, meaning a device hitting off of a tower, or did you have Greg Rice's geolocation data?
I had no geolocation data for Greg Rice. I only had cell site location information.
Is geolocation data the one that is more accurate as to placing a device in a particular spot?
Yes, stereotypically it is much more accurate than cell site location information.
And I had to say this several times, but when was your task with the cell phone analysis to determine device location or to determine content of communications?
So my task was to analyze geolocation information from cell phone records provided by the providers and if that information was present on an actual device. Context was never a part of my task for this particular investigation.
Would the content of either a phone call or a text message change where the phone is located?
No, not at the time of connection.
There were also quite a few questions about Christopher Dontell not telling the truth in interviews. Based on your review or your participation in the investigation, did Ms. Jackson always tell the truth in those interviews?
No.
Is it fairly normal? Well, I'll ask it this way. How many criminal investigations have you been involved in your career? I know, you'll probably have to estimate, but...
18 years career, thousands. I would say over 10,000 cases.
When you speak with suspects, how often, if you can estimate, do they tell the truth right out the gate?
Very rarely.
Are you familiar with the term progressive truth telling?
I've heard it before, yes.
What does that mean?
So essentially, a person will give a portion of the truth as they tell a story, and then as they're presented with facts or evidence that could dispel portions of it, they'll tell more and more of that story that has more and more of the truth in it.
Court's indulgence. So one of the things that might be used to, I guess, sort of confront someone, things like license plate readers, geolocation data, cell site location information.
Yes, during an interview, yes, we would use that information to help corroborate their statement or dispel it.
So if, for example, Meagan Jackson said that she never went to Arrowhead Community the night of October 2nd, the LPR data could be used to contradict that, correct?
Correct, as well as the cell site location information.
may have asked you this yesterday. We've established that, would it be possible for Greg Rice to have walked from his apartment, started towards the Clay Pond Drive exit, and used the same tower for a good bit of that time?
Yes.
When you looked at the 2 LPR hits that indicated that the van was in the Arrowhead community for about 6 or 7 minutes, did you go out and see whether it would be, how reasonable it was that the van could go in and out that quickly?
I did go out and test that. I drove that myself. And you can drive from the LPR, which is at the entrance of Fairhead, down to the Flint Lake Apartments, to his apartment, and turn around and drive back with some time to spare within that roughly 5.5 minute time frame.
Would that time, the sort of extra time, expand if Greg Rice had left his apartment and was walking down the road?
Yes.
There were also some questions about the date on your presentation. Meagan Jackson was actually listed for trial in December, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So was your presentation prepared for the December trial of Meagan Jackson?
Correct.
Did you in fact have a slightly different presentation for Christopher Dontell?
I did.
Course of indulgence. There was also this question about Blow Up Betty. I'm not sure I understood what Mr. Britton was inferring, but it seemed that he was inferring that maybe that was some sort of, it was going to be used as a sex toy. Could Blow Up Betty
Evidence.
also be used for target practice?
I imagine you could, yes.
Court's indulgence for 1 moment.
Water. This guy. Ugh. Okay, their ticker's still running, so it's court TV freezing up. We should have done a blow up Betty counter. Thank you so much, Curious Coco. It's good to have you here. This is getting good. This is getting good. We're building up on the Christopher Dontell story. Curious Coco NY says, great to be back in the cat chat, watching the Timu Lincoln Lawyer and Timu Love and so many familiar folks. Yeah, I think you mean in the chat familiar. Yeah, we've got Lincoln Lawyer vibes. We have Timu Love, who seems a bit calmer today. Maybe the water sounds are calming her down, like naturescapes. She's got a reserved energy today. Thank you so much for the super here. And oh, Dolly says, I need to alert you when a trial gets degenerate from now. This one's had moments, but I think the first mention of Blow Up Betty was today. I didn't know. So, let's go, chat. Let's see.
Yeah. The presentation that you created and that we showed the jury, that was created prior to the December trial date, is that correct?
Yes.
When did you learn from Christopher Dontell that the murder had occurred in the Arrowhead community?
After I created my presentation.
Did you make any changes on your presentation based on that information?
No.
And again, are you using, so I'm not leading, are you using any of this geolocation data, cell site location information, any of that, to say when specifically Greg Rice was alive or dead?
No.
Does the information, the cell phone information, seem to corroborate that Greg Rice was killed at some point in Horry County that night because his device stops connecting to a tower?
Yes, it does. It is abnormal. When we look at records, we'll typically look at a very long period of time of records if they're available. I looked, I believe, if I recall correctly, at least 3 months of his records, and there were constant connections to the tower on every day for 3 months, and then they suddenly stopped on October 2nd, 2020.
And based on your presentation and the data that you did analyze, of the 3 people, so Greg Rice, Meagan Jackson, and Christopher Dontell, were any combination of them together the entire night?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase your
Yeah,
question?
that probably wasn't very well worded. I think your presentation started with the River's Edge LPR around 6:20 in the evening, ended the next day at like 12:15 in the morning.
Okay.
During that span of time, did your location data support that Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson were together that entire time?
Yes, it did corroborate information. The investigation learned that they were together during that time.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Very, very good final question to end on, because again, we need to establish that at the time of the actual killing. Sure, Christopher Dontell could have been there too. He could have done it, but at the very least, Meagan Jackson was there. We need that to meet this accomplice liability standard. Also, we got to update the banner, and I don't know if we're going to get some recross here. If we do, we'll get some more water pours, I expect. If not, either way, make sure you guys are saying thank you to STS in the chat. He sponsored 70 water pours. So any witness that's thirsty can drink as much as they want. We've got clean water. It's not Little Pee Dee River water. That is the name of the river. I'm not just making that up, in line with the Blow Up Betty theme. Super, super huge thank you here. Look at this. Just boom. And Betsy got one. There you go, Betsy. We got T, Tarika, the 13th juror. Good to see you hanging out. Tina, Inner Beauty. Green thumbnail is now green. Look at that. Look at that, chat. NS Ogre. I think. I wouldn't know how to pronounce it otherwise. I think it's NS Ogre. Aquarius, judge me not. Hey, we try not to. Innocent until proven guilty, you know. S-Dub, and got one. We got Nikki, Michael, 24 Kiki, Glenn Lynch, Shannon, Dialogue with Me. We got MEJ or MJ. Oh, MJ. Not Emmy, it's MJ. Thanks for that. And then Deborah, look at that. So big thank you there to STS. He's like gifting so many subs today. It's super, super generous. And it's nice to have him here in a live. Super, super awesome. And Chloe says, can't keep up. People at work keep talking to me. Well, just make sure you're here for the later witness. Our star witness is going to be here today. Simply Sherry saying thank you. We got some booms for STS. I love that. KC Dog, good to see you. I hope you've been well. Says member for 9 months, level. Oh, wait, that's like Restream telling me that. That's not what KC Dog is saying. Okay, wait. Message isn't saying so I'm not leading, in fact leading. Okay, I'm still reading the Restream stuff. Isn't saying so I'm not leading, in fact leading. I mean, yeah. I mean, she did a lot of leading with that question when she first came out the gate. Like, didn't it say that you were going to kill me? I mean, that was straight up feeding the answer to the question. So I don't know. But there was no objection there. There weren't some objections in some other areas. But good to see you, Casey Dog. Sorry for butchering your message. And we've got a ton of green in the chat. So if you're coming back and just realizing you are green, give STS a thank you. Let's see if we get recross.
You may step down.
Nope. Oh, and if you're new to this trial,
I'm not asking that you be released from your subpoena, just in case I need to call you back.
he might be to drink more water.
It's his.
If you're new to this trial, the camera is doing great work capturing.
All right, ladies and
this
gentlemen, we're going
law.
to take our morning break, take about a 10 or 15 minute break, put your notepads in the jury box, and I'll discuss it. We'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna lower that. We got a notepad counter. There's so many things to count in this trial. We could be counting the catwalks. For the first 2 days, we could have counted possible dangerous moments with the prosecutor handling exhibits. She was throwing wallets, she was slapping down biohazard material, she was holding cinder block boxes over people's toes. Just a time, just a time. Let's see how long their break was. And yeah, right about here looks good. And hold on, chat, let's take a vote. Put a 1 in the chat if you think, based on what we've heard, if you think Blow Up Betty was a sex toy, that's 1. Or if you think Blow Up Betty was target practice, target, 2. Or 3 if you think it was both, anything goes. This is a fact at issue in this trial. What is Blow Up Betty? What is Blow Up Betty?
Seated.
Oh, hold on, wait, before we get back into it. Peter, I love this. So Peter sent a sticker that's a baby lemon jumping in our lemon character's arms to hug him. Aw. This is Peter taking care of the chat. Big thank you to Peter. I think we're giving extra flavors here. We've got the Sprite theme going on. We need some carbonation now. Huge thank you to Peter. Peter showing a ton of support today. You guys are basically, at this point, I think you guys are going to cover the rest of my StreamYard subscription, and I'm just going to move over to Restream. StreamYard is so expensive for no reason. Features all seem to be here. StreamYard's like $500 a year. It was like $200 last year, and they doubled the price. So these super chats are going to my StreamYard goodbye fund, I think. So huge thank you. Thank you so much for the support here. Thank you for flavoring the water. And everybody's saying 3. Everybody's saying 3. Yeah, define target practice. That is a that is a good question, Paul. Lots of 3s here. Lots of 3s. And wait, you sent another one? Did I miss one? Oh, okay, I see it on YouTube. Sorry, I definitely missed it over on Restream. I'll have to see if that's a skill issue on my part or if it's something I have to be aware of with Restream. But over on YouTube, Peter, thank you, said, okay, it's getting hard not to say anything love to the family. And YouTube cuts it off. It says cat is. And I can't see what you say after that. Let me stretch out my window. The OG. Oh, thank you, Peter. So if you're going to come back in, there's a break. There's a long lunch break. Come back in like 45 minutes. It doesn't look like there's that much here before we get to where I think you want to be. But I understand, and I know it's hard not to spill a spoiler, so I appreciate you not dropping spoilers. Show some booms in the chat whether Peter hangs out with us a little bit or comes back later. Thank you so much for the super chat, Peter. I can't wait to get there.
All right, over the break, the bailiff came and told me when you publish something to the jury, make sure all of them get to see it and give them time to look at it. I think last time during your cross-examination, some of them said they didn't get to see what you were trying to publish to them. All right?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
Your Honor, just as a matter of scheduling, I do have 2 doctors here who traveled from Charleston. I believe we should be able to get through them before lunch, but I would ask that we try to do that since they did travel from Charleston this morning.
It depends on how long they take, okay?
Yes.
Got lunch coming for the jury, so You know, we're not gonna go I mean, we're gonna break for lunch. If we have to go over a little bit, that's fine, but, you know.
Are they going on another break? Oh no,
we're
they're
not
gonna
Go
call.
past one, I can tell you that.
Pardon me?
We're not gonna go past one. We're
Oh,
gonna
no,
go
I don't
for
think,
one.
I don't think we will.
Yeah.
The two doctors are the forensic pathologist and then a forensic odontologist.
All right.
We should be well within that time.
All right. Anything from the state, else from the state before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in. Anybody else?
Gotta see if we have a notebook instruction.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Make sure you have your own notepads. Not have anybody else's notepads. State can call you next week.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Presnell.
I feel like this testimony might be gross.
Dr. Presnell, sorry.
They ruined her catwalk.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
My name is Susan Aaron Presnell. It's Presnell.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Still good morning, Dr. Presnell. How are you?
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist. I work at MUSC in Charleston.
How long have you been doing that?
I have been on faculty there since 1999, so going on 26 years.
Can you tell the jury what a forensic pathologist does?
Well, I think people are getting more familiar with what forensic pathology is, but just kind of to back up, forensic pathology is actually a subspecialty of pathology, the general field of pathology. And so pathology itself means a study of disease. And so pathologists diagnose disease. So like if you go to your doctor and get a biopsy of something, that tissue will go to the pathologist, they'll look at it and they diagnose it, is it cancer, is it not? So I trained in general pathology, but then I subspecialized in forensic pathology, where instead of just looking at a piece of tissue, we're looking at the entire body of somebody that's passed. And we are looking for diseases, but we're also evaluating for trauma. That process that we do that evaluation, of course, is called the autopsy. And then through the process of autopsy, we'll determine a cause and manner of death.
Can you tell us what your educational background is?
So I went to Clemson way back when, and majored in microbiology. After I finished Clemson, I moved to MUSC at Charleston for medical school, and then I've stayed there ever since, so that makes this easier. So I did my 4 years of medical school at MUSC Charleston. After medical school, I chose pathology as my area of specialty, did that at Charleston. Then after that, I chose the year subspecialty in forensics done in Charleston, and after that, I was hired as a faculty there, and I've been there ever since. Along this way, I've taken the board, so I'm board certified in general pathology as well as forensic pathology, and then I also have a license to practice medicine in the state of South Carolina.
Thank you. And you mentioned earlier autopsies, that one of your duties is to perform autopsies. If you can you estimate how many autopsies you have done in your career?
So I'm over 200 a year, and so at 25 years, it's over 5,000.
What conclusions are you able to draw after completing an autopsy?
Well, it completely depends on the type of case. So again, I'm evaluating for diseases. A lot of our deaths are natural deaths, but we also evaluate, like I said, trauma, so we can have a traumatic cause of death as well.
Can you sometimes differentiate between, say, suicide and homicide?
Oh, well, yeah. So part of the process when we're evaluating the cause of death is to take in consideration the injuries as well as the circumstances and give our opinion as far as manner of death, which of manners of death, there's 4 types. Natural, which I made reference to earlier, suicide, homicide, and accident.
Thank you. I forgot the manner of death word in my question. Have you ever been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes.
How many times?
Again, an estimate over 100.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I would offer Dr. Presnell as an expert in forensic pathology.
Any questions or comments?
No objection.
All right, I find this witness to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you asked to perform an autopsy on the victim in this case, Gregory Rice?
Yes, I performed an autopsy on November 10th, 2020.
Can you describe the remains as you received them?
Well, Mr. Rice was decomposing. Just the process of decomposition causes tissues to deteriorate. So he had a lot of what we call skin slippage, where some of the skin has slipped off. He also had some maggot activity. So after death, flies can lay fly eggs on individuals. Those hatch into maggots, and the maggots actually eat some of the tissue. So he did have some maggot, quote, injury, postmortem injury as well.
Did that decomposition and maggot activity affect your ability to make certain conclusions as to wounds?
Well, certainly it does hamper some of that, yes.
What was the first thing you did once you received Mr. Rice's remains?
Well, I kind of follow a standard protocol for all my autopsies. So I'm going to photograph as the body is received. So when the body is brought into the autopsy room, I'll take photographs. I kind of take photographs at all different steps of the autopsy. But then after that, we'll have to get them undressed so that we can evaluate everything, see everything. And during that process, I'll evaluate all the normal measurements, height, weight, that kind of thing, as well as injuries. Before we go to the inside to look at what's going on inside, we'll do ancillary studies depending on the type of case. Like for gunshot wounds, as in this case, we'll do x-rays to help us locate the bullets. After we finish with the external, then we'll go inside, we'll look for anything that's injured, any disease process. We'll also try to get some kind of fluid for toxicology testing. And then I examine all of the organs individually. Sometimes I'll take samples to look at it in the microscope, sometimes I won't need to. And that'll be the main steps of the autopsy. After that part's done, and I'll go and put the autopsy report together.
So you mentioned that you did x-rays in this case. What, if anything, did those x-rays show?
Oh, well, they show multiple bullets inside of Mr. Rice.
When you examine a body, especially in this case, do you have a diagram that you use to note the location of different injuries?
I do, yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness with State's Exhibits 71A and 71B.
Yes, these appear to be copies of the diagrams that I did at the time of autopsy.
Your Honor, I would ask to admit Exhibit 71A and 71B into evidence.
All right, Ms. Jackson.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 71A and 71B admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, I'd also like to publish them for use during Dr. Presnell's testimony.
All right.
We'll start with 71B. And if you could, once it comes up. While it's coming up, how many different wounds were you able to determine from Mr. Rice's body?
He has at least 5 gunshot wounds, potentially up to 7, and I'll show you on the diagram. We'll walk through them. Is this a pointer, or does it change?
That's actually a microphone, I believe.
Oh.
Okay, whoops, there you go. That top button. If you hit that top button, apparently this.
Oh, okay. All right, so just in general, before we go over the diagrams, he has 5 definitive gunshot wounds. He has one to the left side of the head, one to the left side of the chest, 2 to the left hip, and 1 to the right thigh. All right, so we're going to go through those. In addition to that, he has a couple other holes that connect up. I just cannot definitively say that they're gunshot wounds. This first gunshot wound, and when I say first, I don't mean that this is the first gunshot wound that happened. It's just in the order that I've enumerated them. Is to this left temple area. You can see it's highlighted in pink. There we go. Right there. It's the only thing highlighted there. This bullet actually goes obviously from his left. We're on his left side. His left towards his right. It's going in an upward direction, and it's also going towards his back. So it's going in this direction. It goes into the brain. There's not a lot of substance or architecture left to the brain because it's mostly liquefied at this point.
Oh, that almost sounded like a dig at the individual. Like, it goes into the brain, there's not a lot of substance. I think she realized that could sound awkward.
But there is a bullet inside the brain, and we recovered that and designated that as the bullet from the brain.
In certain circumstances, are you able to tell, based on soot or stippling, whether an approximate distance of shooter to victim?
So I mentioned that I evaluate injuries, and obviously this was a gunshot wound, there's a bullet at the end of it. But the other thing we'll look at is just trying to interpret like what type of, not just what type of injury, but other characteristics of it. So for example, with gunshot wounds, one of the things that we'll try to look at is whether there's evidence that the gun was a contact gunshot wound, like the barrel of the gun is actually against the skin, whether it's a close range gunshot wound or whether it's a distant gunshot wound. And the way that we tell is if there is a rim of soot around the entrance wound, that would be a contact gunshot wound. When the gun is pulled away, there is it's not only the bullet that is exiting the end of the barrel, but you also get what you call, or what is gunpowder. If you think of the gunpowder like little pieces of sand, when the bullet exits, the little gunpowder can exit as well, and those little pieces of sand can strike the skin and cause little abrasions. We call that stippling. If the gun's close enough, that will happen on the skin. So contact is the soot up against the skin. Close range is, you may or may not see soot, but you'll see the little stippling marks, and distant is beyond that. Now, all that explanation to say that I can't tell in this case because the skin has slipped away.
So based on the victim's decomposition, you weren't able to tell?
Correct.
Okay. And I know you can't tell the order of gunshots, but would that wound in and of itself have been fatal?
Yes.
And then if we can go to 71A. What? Okay, yeah, she does have one. Okay, so if you can just go through the other wounds that you were able to document.
Okay. You'll see a couple marks on here that didn't go anywhere. The pink ones are the entrance gunshot wounds that are definitive entrances. So again, first, but not necessarily first, we have the one to the left chest. Oh, that's okay. It's pretty well highlighted. So you have the one to the left chest, and it is going from his left towards his right. The only thing that I can tell is that it does damage the stomach. It ends kind of in the midline area, kind of right around where the aorta would be, but we have parts of the aorta missing, most likely from maggot activity. So I can't tell for sure if it did hit that or didn't. So that's the one to the chest. Then you'll see you have two to the left hip that are highlighted here. Their pathways are really close together. So think of it as two bullets going in. One bullet heads towards the tailbone, where I find the bullet.
You might have to stand up. I think there's a...
Okay. All right, so just to kind of reiterate, there's a gunshot that goes into the left chest, and it's going in towards the midline of the body. Definitely goes through stomach, may or may not have hit aorta, and I got the bullet from inside the body there. Then we have two on the hip. These both go in. One bullet ends up being in the right soft tissue, the soft tissue of the right hip, and the other ends up being in the tailbone. So I've got both of those bullets. And then the last one you can see here is into the right thigh, and it just goes backwards, and I get a bullet there. So I have retrieved 5 bullets from inside the body. And then you'll also see up here, there are there's areas where that have the circles colored blue. So if you look on the back of the right arm, so over on this right side of the diagram, you see those 2 blue circles?
Can I? Maybe I can come over since our pointer's not working. Are you pointing to this area?
Yes, the 2 blue circles. Those 2 holes connect. I did x-rays in the area, but they don't really show any like bullet fragments or little shredding bullets or anything. So I can't be definitive that those are gunshots and not necessarily just maggot activity. And then on the left forearm, so in the middle here, the 2,
Is that where you're pointing here?
the 2 blue circles. Those are 2 holes that also connect. You see I have it on, one's on the pinky side. Well, actually they're both on the pinky side. One's up a little bit closer to the top of the forearm, and one's a little bit further down. Those 2 holes connect very nicely as well. Again, not necessarily any projectile fragments along the pathway, so I cannot be 100% definitive that that is an additional gunshot.
Would the fact that the victim's body had been basically submerged in water for approximately 5 weeks, would that have an effect on your ability to call those gunshot wounds versus possible gunshot wounds?
It's more that there was maggot activity and that maggots consume tissue, and so I can't be 100%. I mean, they look like gunshot wounds, but I can't be 100% that that's not maggot activity.
And you said that you recovered 5 bullets, so Runner, if I may approach, 139 has already been admitted. Are those the bullets that you recovered from Mr. Rice's body?
Shall I open it?
Yeah, if you need to, I can,
Well, I mean,
are you, if you're not able to tell without opening, yeah, let me get.
that's a little intimidating.
I know, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll just,
Here, I can.
I got it.
There you go. Okay.
I need the knife.
Sorry. Taylor, do you have scissors? Up for you.
Thank you. Thanks. All right. Okay. Let's see. So we have, the first one I'm looking at is labeled chest bullet. So that would be the one that I got from the midline of the chest. And it has the autopsy number that I'm associated with Mr. Rice. And then not his name, because when he came to us, he was originally not identified. So it has what we designated, the name that we gave him at the time of autopsy. Next one is the bullet from the right leg, or it would have been the right thigh area. Again, with the autopsy number and the designated name. Next is the bullet that we got from the right pelvis, so that would have been towards the front, the hip, the right hip area, with the autopsy number and the designated name. And then the bullet called sacral bullet, which is the tailbone bullet, autopsy number and name. And then finally, the bullet from the brain with the collection envelope, the autopsy number and name.
Before I move on, did you at some point send bones from Mr. Rice's body to be examined by a forensic odontologist?
I believe he came and picked them up.
Oh, okay, thank you. You mentioned earlier that you will often do, or always do, a toxicology exam as part of an autopsy.
Yes.
Was one done in this case?
It was. We couldn't get any. We'd like to send blood to test for toxicology. Because we couldn't get any blood, we sent, it's just some of the fluid that we got from the chest cavity. And that was tested and showed THC or marijuana.
What types of substances does that toxicology test for?
It's supposed to be comprehensive and pretty much for like all the normal typical drugs of abuse: amphetamine, cocaine, benzodiazepines, marijuana, opiates. But in this case, because of just the quality of the sample, they actually couldn't test for ibuprofen and some of the diazepines or benzodiazepines. But it did test. It did, like I said, it did pick up the marijuana. It also tested for alcohol, which was negative as well.
In your opinion, excuse me, in your opinion, did any of the substances that you just testified to that were found in his bodily fluid contribute to the victim's death?
No.
So what is your opinion as to the cause and manner of Mr. Rice's death?
Right. Well, so I didn't specify any individual gunshot. I just said multiple gunshot wounds to the head, the torso, and the extremities. And the manner of death is homicide. In medical legal vocabulary or definition, that would indicate death at the hands of another.
Court's indulgence. I have nothing further. If you can answer any questions from the case witnesses.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Armenia. May I please go? Yes. Good morning, Presnell. How are you doing?
I'm good.
My name's Case Burden. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions. I'm not going to be up here too long. I think I heard you say that you couldn't list the order of shots.
Right. At the time of autopsy, I can't tell which one came first, second, third, fourth, fifth.
Did the crime scene photo help you in determining? Could they help you out?
No.
Did you use any crime scene photos?
I have pictures of the overall body when they first found it, recovered it, but that's it.
And you're aware that body was recovered in Marion County?
Yes. In fact, the Marion County coroner is the one that authorized the autopsy.
And a Marion County deputy, I believe, Lieutenant Holtag, brought the body to you? Is that correct?
Well, I don't know if he brought the body. Usually the coroner transport will, but he was a detective that was there, yes. And he received all the evidence that we collected.
At that time, did you believe that the crime had taken place or that the body was in Marion County?
I didn't. I knew that the body was found there. I had no opinion really on where it perhaps might have occurred.
I apologize. So back to the gunshots, you said because of the is it because of the submersion in water you can't tell what shots, what order they were?
No, it's frequently you won't be able to tell what order gunshots will occur unless something happened days before and there's evidence of healing at the time of death or days afterward when there's, for example, no bleeding associated with it. So no, it's not that it was decomposing or that there was some insect activity. I can't tell the order at the time of autopsy.
Okay, so but can you tell, I believe you just said that you believe that the headshot was the fatal shot?
I said it is a fatal shot. The one to the chest also could have hit the aorta, which would be considered a fatal shot. And then the other two are mostly soft tissue, or the other three, I'm sorry, are mostly soft tissue injuries.
So, toxicology report, you revealed some marijuana. You said you did the appropriate testing. Is there any other testing you could do? Hair follicles that would give you any kind of other drug results?
I think you'd have to consult a toxicologist to what it is that you're looking for.
I just,
for example, I think some people have used hair follicles for arsenic, things like that, but that wasn't really something that was addressed in this situation.
I think I heard you say you alluded to skin slippage. Is that the same thing as grave wax?
I'm not familiar with the term grave wax, but skin slippage is, it's not like you lose all your skin and you can see the muscle inside. It's just the outermost layer of skin will come off, so you still have your underlying dermis or dermal layer, but that's just the process of decomposition as the body starts to fall apart.
Dr. Presnell, could you estimate the time of death given the body and the condition it was in after being submerged in water for over 30 days?
No, I did not attempt to do that.
And you would agree that the body had been deformed to some extent because of animal activity. Maggot formations we know were there, but fish, creatures, crocodiles, alligators in that brackish water, they could have had some part into the decomposition as well.
So alligator activity I would have suspected to be able to detect because it would be pretty significant. But there were a couple areas that were on the diagram that weren't colored that looked like maybe that could have been some marine activity.
Did you notice, could you tell of any defensive wounds?
No, the wounds that I could tell were the gunshots, then the two holes connecting each other, and then again there's a couple areas of just superficial defects that might have been marine activity, so nothing specifically a defense injury.
Now, most of the shots, they seem to occur on the left side, is that correct?
Yes.
How was the body presented to you when you first looked at it?
He's just on a stretcher.
What position is he in?
He would have been on his back.
He'd been on his back?
I mean, he might have been on his side. I don't have a photograph of him on the stretcher. Just once we move him to the autopsy table, we'll definitely make sure he's laid out so we can evaluate him. But yeah, so I don't specifically recall if he was on his back or on his side.
When does rigor mortis typically set in?
Well, rigor mortis typically sets in after about 2 hours. It really depends on the individual and what they were doing at the time of death. It could actually happen earlier, but usually it starts in about 2 hours.
Is there a way through your science to be able to establish the amount of time he was in water?
Not that I know of.
Would there be any difference between the salinity of the brackish water, fresh water, and just straight ocean water and the decomposition rate?
Not that I'm up to date on.
Not that you're up to date on? Does
Right.
that mean you don't know?
I don't specifically know. I don't remember in any of my training or experience there being a huge difference. I imagine if something was like the Dead Sea and is extra salty, that maybe there might be some preservation to that, but I haven't looked into that recently.
It's fine, Dr. President. I'm not trying to beat you up on anything like that. I just would imagine that salt water, would help preserve, since you salt cure ham and stuff, it would help kind of.
Right,
That's just a question just to see the slow to the decomposition. That's all.
Right.
Oh, thank you. Would freezing a body and then taking it somewhere else and then submerging it in water, that's got to have a different effect, correct, on the tissue?
Yeah, so freezing a body, and I apologize for the comparison, but it would be similar to putting something in the freezer in your home. It's going to obviously prevent, hugely stop decomposition. However, once you unfreeze that object or that person, the freezing act itself has disrupted some of the cells, so as it starts to thaw, decomposition actually starts to accelerate once they thaw.
In this circumstance, is there a way to tell if the body was frozen and then thawed?
Not by autopsy, no.
going back to the gunshots, they seem to have been to the line on the left side, is that correct?
Yes, 4 on the left side of the body, and then the 1 to the front of the right leg.
I don't want you to use your expert opinion, but a theory. Would you say the gunshots would go up or down?
So again, I'm a little hampered by the state of the body, but I can tell from the x-ray that the gunshot to the head is going in an upward direction, obviously from his right to his left, but upward and back. The one to the right chest, I can just tell is going to his right. There's too much deflation of the tissues and whatnot to see if it's going up or down.
Turtle boy, not
And
guilty.
likewise, the ones to the left hip just kind of look like they're going straight across as well. The one to the right thigh might be going upward direction a little bit.
If the headshot is first, is he still standing?
No, he would not be.
If the chest shot is first, is he still standing?
He could be.
He could be. So we can eliminate the headshot being first.
I don't know.
Don't know?
Well, if he was shot in the head and then he fell, he then could then have been shot more on where the other gunshots were.
So just play with me a little bit. In my little theory, my little head here, you shoot him in the head, he drops, and then there's really zero reason to go put haphazardly 5 more shots in him.
Objection, Your Honor. That's not even remotely in her area of expertise.
She said, given what you have looked at, is it possible that the headshot was the final shot?
Yes.
Is it possible that the person staggered around after being shot in the leg?
Yes.
Is it possible that the person shooting wasn't that good with a gun?
I can't comment on that.
Based on your 26 years of experience, many different bodies you've encountered, and gunshot wounds that you've seen, the display of gunshot wounds on that body, do they look like they were shot by somebody that's got marksman skills?
Again, hard to answer largely because the person being shot at isn't necessarily going to stand still.
Correct. They're going to jump around.
Or fall down.
Or fall down. Or fall down. That's right. They'll fall down. Is it possible that you could shoot a body, not close range, right? Or not close range, because no suits, excuse me, I do that all the time. Stifling? Stickling? And still get blood on you?
I'm sorry, what is the question?
If I'm not close to you, if I'm not close enough to you to where there's the soot residue of the stifling, is it possible for me to get blood on my person? What's the typical blood splatter? Would there be any blood splatter?
Yeah, so I will have to be upfront and say blood splatter is not an area of my expertise. However, I would say if you're at a distant range, and keep in mind though, well, number one, I wasn't able to evaluate whether this is contact, a close range, or a distant gunshot. However, that being said, if I was, a distant gunshot wound can be as close as a yard away. So could blood get from, I guess it depends what they hit as far as how far the blood would go. So ultimately, I don't know the answer to that, but I also don't know the range of fire, so it's kind of difficult.
Thank you. That's where I was going to go next. It's kind of funny when you look at this. It says not a close range shot and not a mid range shot, a distant shot. But a distant shot's like a yard away, so that the distance kind of throws you off there a little bit. It throws me off a little bit. When I was thinking long range shot, I think even further back, like sniper type stuff. Honestly, that's just because I don't do much with guns.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question at some point?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was just trying to explain. I apologize. Close indulgence, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm sure my objection counter's off. My bad. I only heard the 2 that just recently happened.
Not with this.
All right, thank you, Greg.
Just very briefly, Mr. Britton just asked if you were able to tell if the shooter was a good shot or not. The victim was shot 5 times, correct?
At least 5, yes.
At least 5. You mentioned that at the beginning of your examination, you knew the victim's height and weight. How tall was Mr. Rice?
His remains, at the time of autopsy were 73.5 inches, which is 6 feet 1.5 inches
Thank you, because I always have trouble converting that. You said that it's his remains, so could that have changed from when he was alive?
I mean, it's not as, body isn't as firm, maybe more relaxed, so, yes, there could be a slight difference.
Okay. And then there was some talk about if you freeze a body, I'm assuming MUSC has a morgue, or someplace that you store bodies.
Yes,
Do you store them in coolers?
we do.
Do those coolers freeze the bodies?
No, we have a freezer as well as the cooler, but most bodies are stored in the cooler. That does not freeze the body.
Thank you, nothing further.
All right, you may step down.
Your Honor, I would ask that Dr. Presnell be released from her subpoena and allowed to return to Charleston.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, she's free to go. Thank you.
All right, we'll get the catwalk going.
Thank you, Dr. Presnell.
State and call your next witness.
The state next calls Dr. Wolf Bueschgen.
Dr. Wolf? Dr. Wolf Bueschgen. Wolf Bush. Does everybody with like the name Wolf just get into a field that they could be called as an expert or a witness in a trial?
Raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Could you state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
My name is Wolf Dieter Bueschgen. Last name is Bueschgen.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Bueschgen, where do you work?
I'm currently self-employed. I have been in private practice for the last 20 years at Ashley River Dental in Charleston, South Carolina. I also contract with coroners statewide,
And what do you contract with coroners to do?
forensic odontology or dentistry.
Can you explain to the jury what forensic odontology is?
Well, forensic odontology or forensic dentistry, I use the term synonymously, is simply the application of dental knowledge to forensic questions. So if I were to expound on that a little bit more, that could include anything such as malpractice. It could be bite mark evidence, but for the most part, with coroners, I'm dealing with personal identification.
Using teeth or jaws to identify remains?
I do, and it includes the teeth, it includes the jaws, it includes any dental restorations that might have been done in life. The foundation of forensic dentistry or odontology is that teeth are static, meaning they don't change. For the most part, teeth don't heal, so if you fracture it, chip it, wear it away, it's going to stay exactly the same. If you put a dental restoration on it, such as a filling, a crown, a root canal, it's always going to be there until it's taken out. Most people have gone to the dentist at some point in their life, so we have dental records on a vast majority of people, and we are able to use these because teeth are static. We are able to use that for identification purposes.
Can you tell us your educational background?
Well, I got a undergraduate degree in anthropology from Arizona State in 1995, a master's in physical anthropology from the University of South Carolina in 1997, and a doctor of dental medicine from Medical University of South Carolina in 2003.
And what is your professional background? I know that you're self-employed now and when you're in practice. Have you had other positions?
I've had many positions. I've been essentially involved in the recovery, analysis, and interpretation of human remains for the last 30 plus years. Most of it, or a lot of it, has been in archaeological and historical contexts, but since I've been in graduate school, since 1995, I've been working on modern forensic cases, both anthropologically and then after I graduated from dental school as a forensic dentist.
And is this type of identification an established procedure?
Absolutely. It's something that has been used for thousands of years. We have historical examples going back to the Romans and even before, but it is accepted, it is one of the most reliable methods for establishing identity. It's something that that the military uses routinely to find or to identify missing in action soldiers or those KIAs. It was used at World Trade Center. I think it was the second most common form of identification at the World Trade Center, second only to DNA.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer Dr. Bueschgen as an expert in forensic odontology or dentistry.
Any challenges or questions?
No, challenge, Your Honor, he's fine. No objection, Your Honor.
Find this witness to be an expert in the field of
Forensic
dentistry.
Okay. That's probably easier, Your Honor.
All right.
Were you asked to attempt to make an identification of remains in this case?
I was.
And who asked you to make that comparison?
It would have been the deputy coroner at that time
From Horry County?
from Oregon.
What were you given or what did you use in order to make your comparison?
In terms of what remains.
What remains, and then I'll approach with records.
They were resected jaws after autopsy, so I went to the morgue with my portable unit to take x-rays, and then I was given the jaws.
And so when you say resected, what does that mean?
That means in cases of severe decomposition or fragmentation, sometimes the jaws will be removed so they can be analyzed as a single unit as opposed to the whole body.
And I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as States Exhibit 13. Are those dental records that you were given as well to aid in your identification?
Yes, they are.
How did you go about conducting your comparison or your identification?
Well, the first step in doing that would be to see what kind of records I have, and in this case, I had written records that detailed a lot of the restorations that had been done in life. But more importantly, I was given a full mouth series of X-rays, which is essentially an X-ray of every tooth in the mouth. My goal at that point would be to replicate the X-rays as much as possible, so we can make a direct comparison. So when I went to the morgue, I had my portable X-ray unit and a laptop, and I was able to X-ray, photograph, and chart the teeth. At that point, I had the ante-mortem, the records before death, and then I had my records. I was able to make the identification immediately, and I did that on comparison of the dental restorations, the lost teeth. The records had stated that he had a couple teeth extracted. These had been extracted in the post-mortem remains. So everything was consistent and identical. The sinuses, the teeth, the number of teeth, the restorations, where the restorations were, the fractured teeth, the shapes of the root, the shape of the bone. I mean, yeah. So,
And just to be clear, what identification did you make for the
oh,
remains?
that this was absolutely the Gregory Rice.
How confident are you in that conclusion?
I'm absolutely 100% confident.
Thank you. I have nothing further. Please answer any questions. Case three.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may sit.
Thank you, Dr. Bueschgen.
Thank you.
That's it. He be released from his.
You're doing a,
You good?
I think
Yes,
this
sir.
is lunch.
Very good, very much.
Would this be a good time to break for lunch, Your Honor?
We can, I think it is.
Did we get
Yes.
our instruction?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. Again, we got lunch coming for you. If it's not here yet, it should be here shortly. The notepads in the jury box, not discuss the case, even among yourselves. We'll take a good lunch, and then we'll have you be back. Let's shoot for 1:30, okay? Let's go be back. Thank you.
All right, we've got our notepad update. Yep, factual lie with it. Oh boy. I just saw, I know a lot of people are looking for a break from Karen Reed, but I did see oh my God, it just refreshed over on X. Okay, wait, I scrolled and I found it. So I thought it might be interesting if anyone's looking for a schedule for tomorrow. Christina Rex posted, hour and 15-minute closings by each side. And quick and early lunch, jury instructions, hour or more. Foreman selected by judge, 6 alternate jurors randomly selected by the clerk, and then deliberations will begin. So that's kind of a short day, but yeah. Hop back over here. Are they saying anything important?
No, sir, Your Honor. Just what time would you like us back?
I guess we'll shoot for 1:30.
Thank you.
All right. Anything from the,
Just on that approach on, okay, Your Honor.
all right? Come on.
And that 15 minutes is extra, right? It was like exactly an hour trial 1, and they got an extra 15 minutes this time. So let's see. I think Megan's gonna pour some water.
All right, anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
Your Honor, just for logistics, between the first and the second witness, we will need to take a short break with Your Honor's permission because the second witness is the co-defendant and he needs to be transported from downstairs.
Dun, dun, dun.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
Skip while everyone's loading it. Oh, yep. We don't get to hear this water pour. Do we want to count it, chat? It's not awkward. Should we make it 10? The way she's drinking it makes it a little awkward. I think we'll do a 10. We were up to 10 water pours. And I'm still disappointed. I thought they had coffee in them until like halfway through the first day. We saw that when one of the attorneys poured water, it was in a clear cup and it was clear. I was like, ah, I thought they had coffee.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hope everyone had a good lunch. Make sure you have your own notepads and no one else's notepad. Second call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Erica Dontell.
This is the wife. Oh, what? Oh, look at this catwalk. Let's go, Erica. Oh, man. Megan's face is going to be great. I know it. Look at her walk up to the stand.
Thank you. Raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that evidence about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Erica Dontell, Dontell.
May I, Your Honor? Thank you. What do you do for a living?
I'm a teacher,
What grade?
4th grade.
Are you married?
Yes.
And what's your husband's name?
Christopher
Gonna be
Dontell.
super
And is he
likable.
the Christopher Dontell who is involved in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you two been married?
10 years today.
Do you have any children?
2.
And were you working back in 2019 into 2020?
Yes, I was in transition. I had left my in-school position, kind of transitioned to working at my sister-in-law's daycare when I was pregnant with Clayton. And then in 2020, I got hired at my virtual school that I'm at now.
Okay. And so let me talk about, well, I'll get to that in just a minute. Was your husband working at that time, Chris Dontell?
Yes.
What was he doing?
His main job was, he has a facility maintenance company that does maintenance all up and down the East Coast. And then he also was a deputy coroner for Horry County.
What did he do prior to being a deputy coroner?
He worked for a body transport company that moved deceased bodies for funeral homes and for the county.
Now thinking back to 2019 and 2020, you mentioned somewhere during one of your answers that you were pregnant with Blake. How old were your children? Or obviously that's a span of time. How old were they at that time?
Clayton.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Sorry.
So Clayton was born in April of 2019. So he was up to a year. And then Charlie was 3 at the time.
In 2019, 2020, would that have covered the time period of COVID?
Yes.
So tell me sort of what was going on in your marriage at that time.
We were experiencing some difficulties just because like I said, I had left my full-time teaching job and went back to the daycare, which was a good pay cut. And then when COVID struck, then Chris's business with the maintenance company pretty much came to a halt because gas stations and things weren't open like they were. And so that just put a lot of strain on us. And he was working for the coroner's office, and we had our 2 very little kids at home, so he was on calls a lot. So it was just stress and not sleeping with a new baby. So
not an easy time.
correct.
Okay. Do you know the defendant Meagan Jackson?
Yes.
How did you meet her?
I met her for the first time at the celebration lunch that they had for Chris when he moved from the transport company to work for the county. And then shortly after that, she moved into our neighborhood and we became friends.
Okay. Do you recall about when she moved into your neighborhood?
I want to say maybe like December of 2019.
How far away from you did she move?
Just the back of the neighborhood, like 2 streets over.
Did you know if Meagan had any children at that time?
Yes,
How many children did the defendant have?
4.
Do you know their approximate ages? You don't have to be exact.
I think when we met them, 15, 13, maybe 9 and 8.
Prior to, let me back up. When you first met the defendant, were you and your husband and your children already living in River's Edge?
Yes.
When the defendant moved into your neighborhood, did your families start hanging out together?
Yes.
When the defendant moved into your neighborhood, was it just her and her children, or did someone else live with her?
Yep, just her and the kids.
Did the fact that this was the period of COVID affect how much time y'all spent together?
Yes, because once, I mean, we would always get together and things, but then once everything shut down, we were at each other's houses every day. Either her kids were at my house or we were at her house every day.
Did you consider her a friend back then?
On this day 5 years ago, yes.
Do you consider her a friend now?
No.
You said that the defendant had 4 children. Did you know who their father was?
I knew of him, but I had never met him, but I knew his name was Greg.
So you never met him, you didn't know him personally?
But there was one time that I think he either picked up or dropped off the kids in the neighborhood and we saw him in the car, but never like corresponded with him or anything.
Did the defendant ever talk to you about her relationship with Greg Rice?
Yes.
Yes, no. Just a leading question.
Oh, go ahead.
How did she describe her relationship with Greg Rice?
It sounded very toxic. She mentioned a lot of abuse, and she would say things like, "Oh, I'm going to go drop off the kids if I'm not back in an hour, or send somebody to look for me." And it just sounded, she just made it seem very hostile.
When she mentioned abuse, did you ever see any signs of abuse on her? Any bruises, cuts, broken bones, or anything?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see any evidence that he was abusive other than what the defendant said?
No, just what she said.
Brooks and Milton's. Can you describe for the jury how big or small a part of your life, your family's life, the defendant became during this time period?
Very big. I mean, she literally infiltrated our whole lives, from our kids to our finances to just all areas.
Over face right now.
No, I was waiting to.
Yeah, she just, I mean, like I said, we were together pretty much every day. And
What is this
even
mean?
if us grown-ups weren't, like her kids were with my kids all the time. So,
Was the defendant working, where was the defendant working at this point?
Grindstaff Transport, she had taken Chris's spot.
Did that mean that the defendant and your husband worked together quite a bit?
Yes.
At some point, did you become aware that, or were you told that the defendant and your husband were having an affair?
Yes.
How did that information first come to you?
Through a text message from an anonymous website.
Okay.
Curious if we're gonna get there. Have you guys heard of The Other Woman? I don't know if it's like a group within a website or if that's the actual website name, but there's like lawsuits going on there. I've been interested in looking at it. The Dadvocate YouTube channel has been covering the whole saga. But there's like a website out there where you can go and pay for a coaching membership where you get coached on how to be the other woman. And it's just a crazy concept to me, but I'm not kidding. It's like a thing and it's out there. So maybe that's something like this. Why do we look so strained right now? Nothing's happening.
What's the notes, please? I'll give you. Your Honor, I do have an objection based on 404. We'll go ahead and see the document.
Well, I haven't moved to admit it yet. I was just showing you what I'm about to show her.
Okay. If you're just going to show me that, then that's right. It's 2 pages. Please.
Your Honor, actually, before I approach with this,
Hey, Viz said we need more water in the chat. This is getting a little like drama that I never would have expected. Oh, I don't want to freeze frame her on this pose. Let's make her look normal there. Big thank you to Taybiz TV. Guys, check if you just got a gifted membership and make sure you're saying thank you. You know we love Taybiz over here. Taybiz had a stream for Mickey Stein. He's going to be going through the deposition. I believe that was scheduled for 5:45 p.m. Eastern. With the StreamYard stuff going on, did you reschedule that to a different time? Please let us know, because there's been a lot of people saying that they're looking for something new to watch, especially with Karen Reed winding down. So I'm sure if we can get the time that you're going to go live. And let me know if you still have the old link up, because I'll grab the link for it. But is it the right one? Or are you going to make a new stream link? But guys, you know I love Taybiz TV, and he's over here showing love, dropping 5 gifted subs and dropping a 20 bomb. So he's going to make sure these water carafes stay full. Big thank you. We're going to get him up here. Let's see. Thank you to our trial drama sponsors. And Mickey Steins, by the way, that is the sheriff who just like was having a quick conversation in chambers with the judge and shot the judge. So that's an interesting one. Don't know if there's going to be an insanity defense at play. Just a lot of crazy stuff, and that's going to be slow to develop. I think that's going to take some time to make it into the courtroom, but okay, perfect. So Taybiz gave us the update. He's rescheduling for tomorrow, same time. So let me get that link then. And let's see, Taybiz. But yeah, imagine you live in a small town and sheriff shoots a judge. Like, I just feel like the whole town's going to be wrecked. Okay, sweet. I see the proper stream. So the link I'm sharing in the chat is the correct stream. Let's see. Taybiz. And that's going to be awesome. I love deposition readings. I just love it. Because the attorneys, guys, if you've never watched or read a deposition transcript, but depositions, you know, in live court, if there's an objection and the judge has the opportunity to overrule or sustain it, with a deposition, the objections can be made, but the answer still needs to be given. And then later, if the deposition needs to be, unless there's like attorney-client privilege, there's like a few things that stop, you don't answer. But typically you'll still get an answer. And at trial, if a deposition needs to come into play for whatever reason, at that point in time, a judge would rule on, you know, whether the objection's valid or not, and whether or not to sustain the objection. And then that answer wouldn't be available to use. So depositions are always extra juicy because that's stuff that would be blocked during live testimony with the witness sworn in on the stand in front of a judge. It's still there in a deposition. So, always love that. That's going to be good. And Taybiz said, I got to have a bourbon and cigar for this trial. Do you mean this one? Or do you mean Mickey Steins? Because I think the answer might be both. This poor woman. Maybe it's cathartic. If you were in her shoes, as stressful as this might be either way, I'm sure this isn't just plainly easy. Do you think this is a cathartic thing to do? Like, get it off your chest on your 10th anniversary? That's crazy.
describing how big a part of your marriage the defendant became, you mentioned something about finances. Can you tell me what you meant by that?
Yeah, so there were multiple times when she would help us with like groceries. She would show up with groceries. She would go to like Sam's Club or, you know, BJ's or where, well, BJ's wasn't around there, Costco. And it was like whatever she bought for her household, she would double and buy for our household. And So she did that a few times, and then like if we would go out, she would like get the bill for us. And then it got to the point where by the summer of 2020, we were in talks of opening a summer camp, because that's like my dream, and we were looking at properties and talking about pools. And so we just thought that we were going to be these business partners in this camp that's nothing like anything that's in the area. So that's just...
Now, you said that the defendant had taken over Chris's job, so did you have some idea of the salary that she was probably making?
I would say he was less than 50,000, I think, when he was on.
Did the defendant ever give you any idea of how she was going to afford all of these things, or how she did afford what she actually gave you?
It was my understanding from what she told us that she had inherited money from her parents.
Now, going back to the anonymous texts, I'm approaching you with State's Exhibit 8.
I'm sorry, we need to get a little disruption.
Thank you, John. If you could just look at that. And there's a second page. Are those some of are those the anonymous texts you received?
Yes.
Was that on September 27th?
Yes.
So what did those texts tell you about an affair between your husband and the defendant?
They thought I should know that my husband got somebody else pregnant.
Did it name the person?
Not at first, but then later on it said, oh, and the person was Meagan Jackson.
Was there anything about the way the defendant's name was spelled that meant anything to you?
Yeah. I just felt like it had been, I even told Chris, like when it came through, that I was like, this has to be somebody that knows her, because they spelled her name correctly, because I've never seen her name spelled that way until I met her. So I feel like if just anybody, I mean, my name's Erica and people misspell that all the time. So I just felt like you have to know somebody to spell their name correctly. So I knew it had to be somebody close.
Did the text give you any indication of how they were able to find contact information for you?
It said that they found my number on a website. It was like special ed or something, like educational website.
Was there any information about any trips that correlated with any trips that you knew about that your husband took?
Yes, there was. It wasn't like a screenshot or anything, but it was just a flight number and then the 4 names of the people that traveled.
Who were the 4 names, if you remember?
Well, I know it was Megan, Chris, Savannah, and I think Savannah's friend.
Do you recall what you were doing when you got those texts?
We had dinner plans with my friends, and Chris was on call. So usually when he was on call, we would ride to his car in case he got a call, and then me and the kids would just wait in the car. And so he had just gone into the house when the text message, the first one, came through.
Did they come through over a
Yeah, they were spread out, yes.
So what did you do after you got that first one?
I texted him and I said, I need you to get somebody else to cover this call. And I said, we have a family emergency, I need you to come out here.
Did he come out?
Yes.
Did you confront him with the text or show him the text?
Yes, and because it was just from like the free site, he's like, I don't know what this is about. Like, this just must be somebody messing with us, but I'll deal with it after the call. Let me finish the call and we'll talk about it or deal with it.
At some point, did you and Chris talk to the defendant about those texts?
Yes, so once he, so while we were there waiting for him to come out, I got the text message about that he got somebody pregnant and where they found my phone number. And then once we started driving to the restaurant, because we were just like, we already had plans, and he was just saying like, I don't know who would do this, like who do you think would do this? And I was like, I don't know, this is not something I expected. And so we were still gonna go to dinner, and then that's when the other message came through that said, and it's Meagan Jackson, and I have proof.
When you first got those texts, did you believe it, not believe it? What was going through your mind?
I was in shock. I was like, I don't know why, like, never saw that coming. I never would have imagined that we would be in this position. And that, so then when he seemed to not know anything about it, then we were just kind of like, okay, well, you know, it didn't seem real. Like I couldn't believe that it was true.
And so did you and Chris talk to the defendant about these texts?
I believe that would elicit order for fair evidence responsible, Your Honor. So I believe it's in the proper question.
I don't know that, all that.
Thank you. Did either you or did you and your husband together talk to the defendant about those texts?
Yes, once the message came through that said her name, that's when I said, we'll call her. Like, get her on the phone right now. And he did, on speakerphone. And I said, why am I getting text messages that say that you're pregnant and who is saying this? And she was like, I don't know, I'm getting the kids in the car, I have to call you guys back. And then pretty quickly hung up.
Did you ever have another conversation with her about the texts and who might be sending them?
Later on, there was another time where we were talking, and then she said that she figured it was Greg texting it.
Greg isn't her husband?
Yes.
Did you, based on the text that you received, did you do any sort of research about anything?
Well, I looked up my own phone number because I didn't know what that website was, and I was like, well, how's my number just out for the public? And it came up that it was just my online resume from when I was trying to get a teaching job, so that's where it came from.
Did you look up anything else from the text or?
Well, later that evening, because, you know, we had gotten home from the restaurant and everything, and so then I just started looking up, like, just books about marriage and how to save your marriage, because I just felt like if this was even something that we were discussing, like, I mean, I knew we were having some stress and that things were, like, tight and just overwhelming at the time, but I didn't think that it would be to this point.
Did you do anything to prevent getting those types of texts in the future?
I tried to just block the websites or the freetext.com, whatever, so that I couldn't get any more, because we talked to Meagan, she thought it was Greg, and so we just figured we'll just eliminate it being able to come through so that we could kind of work on it and distance ourselves from them, because she had mentioned to me a few times in the past just that Greg was very, like, not protective, that's not the word I want to use, but like anytime she got close to somebody, he would cause problems, and that he had accused her in the past of having affairs with like men from the funeral homes and things. And so
Is that the pattern? Is that a type?
So what did you said you tried to block it, did you do anything else? Did you keep your phone?
Yes, well, I kept, because I had two phones at the time because I was in the process of trying to get a new teaching job, and so I had gotten a phone number with a South Carolina number because I figured if I'm applying for jobs, it might not look as good if you have an out-of-state phone number, because I've learned that it's all who you know, and so I wanted to look like I was local and I was here and ready to work, and so at that time I had two phones, and then I just kind of stopped using that one, and then Chris did take my phone to see if he could track who or where the message came from with somebody that he worked with at the police department, I think.
Okay. Now you said the defendant had told you that in the past, Greg, I guess, was assertive if she got close to someone.
Yes.
How long had the defendant been in your life at that point?
So if that was September, just since she moved in December, so less than a year.
You testified that you spent quite a bit of time with her.
Yes.
Had you ever had any issues with Greg up to that point?
I mean, we had never met him or anything. Like, usually, just from the stories that she told us and how, you know, she claimed it was so bad, it's like, if we knew that he was coming to get the kids or whatever, then we would leave. Like, we're like, well, we don't want to be here, you know, and we would leave if we knew, or she would leave to take the kids where they had to go.
Other than the defendant's own words, did you ever have any evidence that Greg Rice was abusive or inappropriate?
No, just what she told me.
Just like, so, I don't know the term for it. You move in, or like you succubus a couple and then specifically start sleeping with one of them. you're having relationship problems, you confide in a couple, and then you start sleeping with, in this case, the husband of the couple.
I'm approaching with what's been marked State's Exhibit 99. And there are some email addresses listed under the 2. Can you read the addresses out loud and tell me if you know who they belong to?
Erica Delangelo at gmail.com, Mrs. Dontell at gmail.com.
And whose email addresses are those?
Those are both mine.
Okay.
Colton's mama at gmail.com, Delangelo2@AOL.com, Colton's, sorry, I can't see. Mommy Coupons at gmail.com, and then Aaron Benford 53114 @gmail.com.
Whose email addresses are those?
My family. So it's got my sisters and my dad.
Your sisters, plural?
My one sister, but it's
Sorry,
multiple
multiple
emails. Yeah.
Just so we're clear, do you recall ever receiving this email?
No, I do not.
When your husband would be on call, would he stay with you, stay someplace else? What was that like?
Yeah, when he was on call, I mean, he'd just be at the house because his regular job, he worked from our home office, so he was at home until he got a call, and then he'd go on calls and come home whenever the calls were done.
Would he frequently be gone for kind of hours at a time?
Yes.
Do you remember learning that Greg Rice had disappeared?
Yes.
How did you find out?
Chris told me that Meagan called and said that Greg didn't pick up the kids from school.
Do you recall when that was?
I just remember it was a Monday. I guess the first Monday of October.
What did you think at that point?
Objection, false speculation, I believe. That's what she thinks.
I'm asking her what she thought. She's not speculating as to what she thought.
Okay, hold on.
So at the time, based again on conversations that we had, Meagan and I just assumed that based on her prior conversations about how he had a drug problem, that he was on a drug binge or something and just left because she had told me that he'd done that before.
And again, you had spent time not only with the defendant, but also with her children, correct?
A lot, yes.
So did you have any other information or evidence that Greg Rice had a drug issue other than what the defendant told you?
No, everything that I knew about Greg was from what she told me.
I don't have any questions for right now. Preston Britton is going to ask you some questions.
Oh, man. Let's see how he approaches this, Chad. I'm a little anxious about over theatrics, but let's see.
Sorry.
Thank you for being here. I know this is difficult for you. When did you, I hate to ask you some of these questions, but
You don't.
are you aware that Chris and Meagan continued their relationship after all this went down? In October and November of 2020?
Yes.
Again, I'm sorry. And he was on the 27th of September. Y'all were communicating. He was telling you that you wanted to stay with it and stay in the marriage. And right.
Yes.
You may not. You mentioned a phone call with Chris Dontell and Meagan Jackson. Isn't that right? After you learned about what was going on?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Were you aware that he put her on? He pushed her to make that phone, be a part of the phone call? Did he tell you that?
No.
He didn't tell you she didn't want to do that? You want to be a part of that phone call?
No, because when I said call her, he called her.
Yeah, but you had set that up. He didn't tell you that. Do you recall telling one of the detectives in this case that Chris Dontell called you on the early morning hours of October 3rd and told you we don't have to worry about Gregory Rice anymore?
That did not happen.
I get the sense that you seem to want to put a lot in. It's not good. I understand that. Do you put any responsibility on Chris Dontell for his affair with Meagan Jackson?
Absolutely.
You agree that you could have stopped at any point in being inappropriate with her, right?
Yes.
And despite continuing to promise you he was going to stick with you, he continued to engage in acts with her. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You're not claiming to be an expert in anything in terms of forensic, digital forensics or anything? You didn't take any of the anonymous texts that you received and have those reviewed by an expert to see where they come from?
I did not.
Were you aware of how many years Greg Rice and Meagan had been together on and off? Did you learn that during the course of your friendship?
I mean, I know it was longer than Savannah was alive.
We're TV. What? All right, should we try law and crime for this little part? It comes back pretty quickly. Law and crime, Meagan Jackson. What are they doing? Oh gosh, I gotta figure out. Okay, it's easy to switch tabs on Restream. I thought we were gonna have a little struggle session. And their ticker's still running, so it's Court TV that just conked out. Yeah, they use StreamYard too, huh? Oh my goodness. All right, so let's try to find a similar part, and then I'll switch the screen over. Oh, is this redirect or direct? All right. All right, give me a second because this is a bit hard to scrub through. And we'll stick with law and crime for the rest of it.
Dontell and Meagan Jackson. Isn't that right? After you learned about what was going on? Were you aware that he put her on, he pushed her to make that phone, be a part of the phone call? Did he tell you that?
No.
He didn't tell you she didn't want to do that? You know, be a part of that phone call?
No, because when I said call her, he called her.
Yeah, but he had set that up. He didn't tell you that. Do you recall telling one of the detectives in this case that Chris Dontell called you in the early morning hours of October 3rd and told you we don't have to worry about Gregory Rice anymore?
That did not happen.
Megan's face right here, like.
I get the sense that you seem to want to put a lot in. it's not good, I understand that. Do you put any responsibility on Chris Dontell for his affair with Meagan Jackson?
Absolutely.
You agree that he could have stopped at any point and being inappropriate with her, right?
Yes.
And despite continuing to promise you he was going to stick with you, he continued to engage in acts with her. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You're not claiming to be an expert in anything in terms of forensic, digital forensics or anything? You didn't take any of the anonymous texts that you received and have those reviewed by an expert, see where they come from?
I did not.
Were you aware of how many years Gregory Rice and Meagan had been together on and off? Did you learn that during the course of your friendship?
I mean, I know it was longer than Savannah was alive, and she was about 15 at the time.
And I think you, maybe more so than many, could speak to the idea that marriage and bonds of those relationships would be very complicated. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Cash money cast with the system, playing the water pouring.
You have been, you didn't have opportunity to be in a room with Meagan Jackson and Gregory Rice during their marriage, did you?
No.
Any of these investigators, when they were talking to you, let you know that it had sometime leading up to this, that Gregory Rice had been on top of Meagan Jackson one night at their apartment?
Objection, Your Honor. That's absolutely hearsay.
Sustained.
Would you agree with me that just because you don't yourself witness something in a person's marriage doesn't mean it's not going on? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And something that happened in the past might not be happening either. It could be that their relationship was very bad for 14 years and doing a little bit better in this last year. Would you agree with that? In terms of Meagan and Greg?
Not in terms of them, no. She didn't even refer to him as his name. She called him her baby daddy, her ex.
Okay. And he was both of those things though, right?
Yeah.
Did y'all, you or Chris feel the need to turn away any of the gifts that she gave y'all?
Not at the time.
You probably wouldn't have. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand that. I understand.
Because she did it at a time when it was helpful to us when, we didn't have the funds to, just extra laying around. She would just buy us things. As at the time, when you think somebody's your friend, that doesn't seem weird. But now,
All right.
This is giving me another motive idea for Meagan.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just let's go to the last question.
So before we do redirect, I'm thinking in my head, like, if Megan's trying to infiltrate this family and she's already got a foot in the door, if she gets rid of Greg, and Greg is this big, horrible person, and now she has the responsibility of her kids who are already friends with the Dontell children, like, that could be a motive too, like move in and be one big happy family, and Meagan just expects that Erica's gonna be with it. So I don't know. I don't really think that that was helpful for the defense, but that's just me. Let's see what happens on redirect.
Question and answer. You said at the time her buying things didn't seem odd. Looking back, What do you think of it now?
The amounts that she was putting in, I felt like was more than our other friend. Like the amount, I can look back and see like that probably was a red flag. But like I said at the time, COVID, the whole world was shut down. We were the only two families that were really hanging out together. We weren't seeing our other friends and things. And so she came across as just trying to help us out.
Do you still think that?
No.
Now, defense asked you, did you know that your husband set up this phone call with the defendant about those text messages? How much time passed between you saying, get her on the phone, and him getting her on the phone?
It was right then and there. At first he was like, well, I'll text her and see. And I was like, no, call her. And he did.
No time in between?
No.
You've testified that you put blame on him for this. I'm sure you do.
Yes.
Did you leave him when you first got those text for free messages?
No.
Did you leave him when he was arrested?
No.
Did you leave him when he pleaded guilty?
No.
In fact, you're still married to him, right?
Yes.
Do you know what's going to happen in the future?
No. I haven't been able to talk to him privately for 4 years.
Nothing further on.
All right, you may sit.
That was important to establish why she might still be legally married.
Right.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd ask that Ms. Dontell be released from her subpoena.
You bet.
Oh,
All right, she's pretty good.
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we call the next witness, we need to break.
Oh, to the daughter.
I'm going to excuse you to the jury room. Leave your notepads in the jury box. Do not talk about the case even among yourselves. We'll come back out and start.
yeah. She looked and said something to the daughter while walking away. So if you guys haven't been following this trial, this is Savannah Rice. I think she has the dad's last name. I'm forgetting. But she testified. She was the first witness called, and she was really hard to watch on the stand, like just shaking, very upset, talking about like this is a scary thing that happened. Not only do you lose your dad, but he's missing, and then he's dredged up out of a river, decomposing. Like not good. And that was a moment of, I would say, solidarity between Erica, the wife of potentially a co-conspirator and or a murderer of her father, as she's leaving the witness stand. So the next witness, if you guys haven't caught on, is going to be Christopher Dontell himself. Do they say something here? Let's see if they say anything before we do that. I think the camera person's just showing around.
All right, anything from the state before we take a break?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir, Your Honor.
How long is it? You think it'll be? All right, let's take about 10, 15 minute break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh. What are we playing again?
Right.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you may sit. Right.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd ask that Ms. Dontell be released from her subpoena.
You bet. All right, she's pretty good.
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we call the next witness, we need to break for some scheduling matters. I'm going to excuse you to the jury room. Leave your notepads in the jury box. Do not talk about the case even among yourselves. We'll come back out and start.
Wait. What part, Peter? I think I'm missing it. I mean, I see the interaction between the two of them, but I don't think anything else was that like much of a moment. And then Mr. Big Play Bray, good to see you, says she walked outside with her and told her have the same energy. Yeah, it looks like she's saying I'm sorry. But I look at that as more of a I'm sorry for what happened and not a I'm sorry for anything I just testified to.
Is that the next witness? All right, anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. I have a point to make, and that's a little tender point for me to try to make, and I think it's necessary to do so. Take my point. I believe that the prosecutors have been leading the witnesses. And it's not an insignificant event. Now, the court's holding that rules of evidence have to be employed for there to be a fair trial. But I'm not objecting at this point to anything you've done. You're a great judge and all that, but you may have a crucial witness in the case. And I don't believe it's fair for the prosecutor to say, did you, are you. That's basically them testifying. And
Look at the prosecutor's face in the background. I think a few people in the chat said it. I felt it a little earlier on, not just right here with Erica, with the leading questions from this prosecutor. She's been the only one, I think, questioning witnesses today. But look at her face here in the background.
at this point, anything you've done, you're a great judge and all that, but you may have a crucial witness in the case. And I don't believe it's fair for the prosecutor to say, did you, are you. That's basically them testifying. And if it is going to happen, I would like to, so we don't break up testimony, just make an objection to all leading questions, unless you feel like I need to stand and object to every question that I think is leading. I'll do it either way.
Well, if you think it's a leading question, raise your objection.
Okay.
But when they say, did you do A, B, or C,
Right.
that's not a leading question. If they say, you did A, B, or C, didn't you, that's a leading question. So when you raise your objections to leading questions, in my opinion, they have not been leading questions. And that's why, unless I sustained your objection, then it was leading. If I overrule your objection, I don't see it as a leading question. Because if you say, is the sky blue, that's not a leading question.
No, he didn't object.
If you say the sky is blue, isn't it? That is a leading question.
If you say, when so-and-so happened, did you do so-and-so without alternatives, choices, that is a leading question.
I don't think so.
Okay, we just disagree.
Yeah. I think a leading question is where you phrase the question so that the defendant only has one possible answer to give, so to speak. Or that it is such that the witness knows the answer you're trying to solicit, and it's framed in such a way that you're basically telling the witness what the answer is. That is a leading question. All right? Thank you. All right, anything else from the defense before we call the jury in?
No, sir.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
I like this judge. And that whole explanation, yeah, there was an explanation, but the most important thing was you didn't object at the time, either way.
You have your own notepads and no one else's notepads. Second, probably next week.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Christopher Dontell.
Here we go, chat. Christopher Dontell, the co-conspirator who took a plea and is now going to testify against Meagan Jackson.
Just raise your right hand and put your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Still in the jail clothes and shackles and everything.
Get you to state your name and spell your last name for the court.
Christopher Allen Dontell, that's D-O-N-T-E-L-L.
I'm going to have you spell your middle name just because there are a couple different ways to spell Allen.
Allen, A-L-L-E-N.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Obviously, you were in custody at this time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been in custody?
Since September 9th of 2021.
When were you arrested in this case?
Was arrested November 11th of 2020.
Were you out on bond for a period of time then?
I was out on bond for, I believe, about 10 months.
And what happened to put you back in jail?
The bond got revoked for contact with my co-defendant.
What did you do before you were arrested?
I was a deputy coroner for the Horry County Coroner's Office.
Did you have any other jobs or businesses?
I did. I owned a totally unrelated business in facility maintenance with a business partner in Maryland.
Now, was your case called for trial in December of last year?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when it was called for trial?
When it was called for trial, I pled to accessory after the fact and conspiracy.
Had you had any conversations with me or any other representative of the state about that plea before you stood up and said that?
No.
Do you have any agreements whatsoever with the state that's causing you to testify today?
No.
Did you plead guilty to those charges because you are in fact guilty of those charges?
Yes.
What are you hoping to get from testifying today if there are no agreements between the state and you?
Personally, I'm hoping to get a, obviously less time. I'm also hoping to provide closure for the Rice family.
Were you, I'm going to sort of jump around just a little bit because I'm going to go to after the murder, before the murder. Were you interviewed multiple times by law enforcement prior to your arrest?
Yes.
Did you tell the truth during those interviews?
No.
Why?
A few reasons. One, I was still trying to protect my job. You know, I had a family, a house, I had a career, I had a good life, and I'm trying to protect it. I'd also been threatened by my co-defendant. If I ever told the truth, she'd kill me.
You said one of the reasons is that you were trying to protect the house. You had a nice house and a family. Does your family still live in that house?
No.
And some people might think it odd that a man is afraid of a fairly petite woman. Why were you afraid of her?
Size doesn't make
because I watched her kill
someone
her father. And the friend did the same thing to me.
All right. So now, how did you come to meet the defendant?
So, I believe it was early 2018. She came to work for Grindstaff Transport, which is the company that contracts with the coroner's office as well as several funeral homes in the area to do body transport. I had worked for them for several years at that time, and when the defendant came to work for Grindstaff, I was one of the ones that was kind of put in charge of helping to train her. So I taught her things like, you know, different funeral homes have different preferences for how you speak to the families and the questions you ask, and things that you do to the body when you get back to the funeral home to prepare it for embalming. So I trained her as to the preferences of all those different funeral homes, as well as the preferences of the coroners, so that we could serve our customers the best we could.
You sort of explained it, but what does a body transport company do?
Okay, so the body transport company, in the case of a funeral home, say a funeral home calls, we would go to the place of death, meet with the family, ask several questions that are repetitive. You ask the same questions with each body, and then bring the body from the place of death to the funeral home and prepare it for embalming or cremation, depending on the circumstances. And in the case of a coroner call, we would respond to the place of death, and that could be anywhere from a hospital bed to the side of the road, anywhere in between. And we would work with the coroners while on scene, just to make their job as easy as possible. We would draw blood if they needed us to draw blood. We would help collect bodily fluids. We would help package evidence, really whatever they needed.
Would body transport workers work alone or in pairs?
Both, depending on the circumstances. On a coroner case, typically it would be alone, because usually in a coroner case there's firemen or police on scene that would help us with the bodies. In the case of a funeral home, most of the time 2 people would go, because you know, the family's there and you want to make sure you're handling the body with care and respect.
Did you ever see
Did
the
you do that here?
defendant lifting a body?
Thousands of times, yes.
Did she always require assistance?
No.
You said that you met her, I believe you said sometime in 2018. When you first began working with her, did you introduce her to your family?
I wouldn't say it was when I first went to work with her, but I believe the first time she met my family was when we were living in a condo off of 38th Avenue in Myrtle Beach, and my wife was pregnant at the time, and we were moving into our new house in Conway, so I was having to box things up and lift the weight on my own because my wife couldn't lift because she was pregnant. And I just happened to be talking about it on one of our death calls one day that, I had a lot of work to get done. I was having to box things up. I didn't have much help. And the defendant volunteered to help me lift the boxes and move them downstairs and things like that.
Her in. That was her
So I
in.
took her up on that offer, and she came to the condo and helped, and she met my wife.
Do you know where the defendant was living at that point?
She was living in Merle's Inlet.
Who was she living with?
The victim in the case and her 4 children.
The victim being
Greg Rice, yeah, sorry.
When you moved from the condo, where did you and your family move?
We moved to River's Edge Plantation off of Highway 90 in Conway.
At some point, did you and the defendant begin a sexual relationship?
Yes.
How did that begin?
Well, it began, I would say, when there was a time I invited her to lunch at a restaurant called Bricks in Myrtle Beach. She came to lunch with me, and she ordered several drinks. It was the first time I'd seen her drink. She ordered a bunch of amaretto sours and got hammered drunk.
The amaretto
After that, and let me
sours.
backtrack. I was a regular at Bricks. I went there a lot. I went there with my family. I went there after leaving the hospital from autopsies for lunch. I was a regular there. So after the initial time that the defendant met me there, I continued to go there on my own, and I started seeing her there. I would run into her there. She would already be there, and she would typically be drinking by herself. And she started becoming a regular there herself, more so than I was.
This was before your sexual relationship began?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm getting
No,
there.
no, you're fine. I'm just trying to make sure we keep the timeline correct.
I got you. So then on one of these occasions at Bricks, it was at night, she paid her bill and she told me that she had to talk to me outside privately. So I went outside with her and she told me to get in the van, her work van. So I got in the passenger seat thinking she was going to ask me a question about work or something like that. And she turned the van on and threw it in reverse. I said, "Where are we going?" She said, "We can't talk right here." It was right by the entrance and there were people around. So in the back parking lot of Bricks, it's kind of an incline in the parking lot and it goes up to a service road, like a dead end service road. And she pulled into the service road
Lady.
and parked. And I said, "This looks suspicious, why are we here?" She said, "Have you ever cheated on your wife?"
That's her line. I guess it worked.
I said, "No." She said, "Well, you're about to."
Girl, look at her eyes.
And she climbed over the console on top of me and started to kiss me. And on that occasion, I gently pushed her off of me and said, "I'm not doing this."
Look at
For the
her.
next several days, she kind of made fun of me about it and told me that I was the only guy she's ever met that would have turned down that opportunity. And eventually I didn't push her off of me. I gave in, and that's when it all started. And it became a regular event.
Do you know about when the affair started?
It would have been very late 2019, very early 2020.
Would you say that the two of you were very sexually active with each other? Did you have sex a lot?
I don't know. Depends on what your definition of a lot is. But yeah, fairly regularly. Yeah.
During your time together with the defendant, before the affair started and all the way until you stopped having contact with her, did you ever meet Greg Rice?
No.
Did the defendant ever talk to you about her relationship with Greg Rice?
Yes.
How did she describe her relationship with Greg Rice?
She described it as abusive. Basically, that he was a drug abusing woman beater, and that was why she left him.
During your time with her, did you ever see any physical evidence of any abuse that she suffered?
No.
Did you, other than what the defendant said to you, did you have any other reason to believe that Greg Rice had anything to do with illegal drugs?
No.
At some point, did the defendant move into your neighborhood?
Yes.
At what?
You're right, my point. That's a leading question, my opinion, objective.
Go ahead.
Do you know when that was?
She moved into the neighborhood around Christmas time of
Christmas.
2019. I remember that because she had a Christmas tree in her house before she had anything else.
Okay. Once she moved into the neighborhood, did you and your family begin to spend time with her and her children?
Yes.
Okay, let me actually back up. Who moved into her house? Excuse me.
In River's Edge?
Yes.
She had left Greg, and she moved into the new house with her 4 children.
Approximately how far away was the house that she moved into from your house?
Right down the street, within a 2-minute walk, roughly.
And I think I might have just asked this, but did your family start spending time with each other?
All the time.
Did you ever have an opportunity to speak to the children about their father, Greg Rice?
Yeah, I mean,
Object to what Red Mike said. That's hearsay.
Yeah, you can't get into what he said, but not allowed that question.
Okay.
I mean, you can't say what Greg Rice said.
I didn't ask what Greg Rice said. I was asking about the children, but I can ask it this way. In your time with the victim's children, did you see anything that would indicate that the children were afraid of him?
just the opposite.
Okay.
They spoke very high. They spoke of him the way I would want my children to speak of me.
Your Honor, he's talking about what other people said. That's hearsay. Hearsay, what the children said, hearsay.
Well, what if, so I'm expecting fireworks on Cross or whatever, but what if the dad on the defense team is like losing it over here about these objections? Because there's a whole other like side story that could start here.
At some point, did Erica, your wife, find out that you and the defendant were having an affair?
Yes.
And let me ask the obvious question first. Before she found out, did you take steps to hide the affair from her?
Yes.
Did that include lying to her?
Yes.
So at some point, Erica found out about the affair. Do you know how she found out?
I believe it was when she received anonymous text messages.
Were you together with her when she got those text messages?
I believe so, yes. Yeah.
Did she?
Your Honor, that's not a affirmative answer. He said it was pretty certain, objective. Question is,
I can
What
clarify.
I want me to do is right there.
just have it rephrased or check on and see if he is testifying to what he knows. He can't testify, I'm sure.
Go ahead.
Okay. Forgot where I was now. Did she show you any of those? Did she confront you about those text messages?
Yes, she did.
What was your response to her about the text? Do you remember what any of them said?
It was something to the effect of, your husband has impregnated someone. Just thought you might want to know about it.
What did you say when she confronted you with those text messages?
That I had no idea who would have sent that, and that wasn't true.
So you lied to her because you were trying to cover up your affair?
Yeah.
At that time, did you have any idea who sent those messages?
No.
Did you and or your wife ever, well, I'll stick with you so it's personal knowledge. Did you ever speak with the defendant about those texts?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever tell you who was sending the text or who she thought was sending the text?
She pretty much immediately said that it was Greg Rice.
And I apologize if I've asked you this before. Did you ever meet Greg?
No, as far as, I never shook his hand. We never spoke. I saw him. He would drive through the neighborhood to pick up the kids. I would wave at him, just a friendly wave. That was the extent of my interaction with him.
After those initial texts, did you and your wife remain married?
I'm sorry?
After Erica received those initial texts, that's a hard word, did you guys remain married?
Yes.
Did it cause additional strain on your marriage?
Yes.
Where's some indulgence for?
Footsteps. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, guys, remember, his sentencing is withheld until after he testifies.
Your Honor, I'm going to approach, with the court's permission, with State's Exhibit 153. Did you and the defendant have more than one conversation about who might be kind of trying to leak word of the affair?
Yeah, it was an ongoing conversation over the course of several days. You know,
And were they in-person conversations, text conversations, or both?
both.
If you could just look at Exhibit 153, it's not admitted yet, so don't read it out loud or anything.
Okay.
But is that a text conversation that you had with the defendant?
It appears to be, yes. I mean, it's been 5 years, so I don't remember exactly, you know.
Right.
But
Is that your phone number? That's
it is my phone number, yes.
And is that her phone number?
Yes.
Did anyone else ever text from your phone?
Not to my knowledge.
And to your knowledge, did anyone ever text from the defendant's phone? Text you from the defendant's phone?
Other than her, no.
Next.
Your Honor, I don't think you can know who texted her phone, so I'm going to strike that in.
You said not to my knowledge.
I'll rule that one out.
Sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit here. Before your wife got those anonymous text messages, had you and the defendant and one of her daughters and a friend gone to Florida together?
Yes.
Okay, just tell us a little bit about that.
So the conversation began with, I was going to go to Florida to do things. The Jacksonville area to look at some convenience stores. There was a contract that I got with my maintenance company every year to pressure wash lots of convenience stores up and down the East Coast. And the client that we worked for had numerous stores in Florida that I never had the chance to bid. And I had been wanting to go there for a long time to drop a business card to some of the franchisees at the stores and try to get my foot in the door to get the Florida region of the contracts. There's also a really good pizza place in St. Augustine that I like to go to. And I discussed all this with the defendant.
So how is it that you and the defendant and these two other people went together?
Yeah, she said, well, I'll pay for the whole trip. And she booked the trip and we went together and I didn't resist.
Did you tell Erica that you were going with the defendant and the defendant's daughter and her friend?
No, she knew I was going to Florida, but not with them.
It's mentioned. So I'm approaching the State's Exhibit 98.
He's looking at that defense table.
I'm just going to direct your attention to, I think it's
He got
the
some
sixth
ratings.
line. Is that an accurate list of the people who went to Florida on that trip?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did anyone else know who all went on that trip?
No, not to my knowledge.
While you were, and how close in time was that trip to when Greg was killed?
I don't remember the exact dates of the trip. I know Greg was killed on the night of the 2nd. It would have been within a week to 2 weeks, I believe.
During that trip, did the defendant tell you anything about any text conversations or issues she was having with the victim?
Yes. So during that trip, she claimed that Greg Rice was upset because she had left the kids with him for longer than he expected to have them. And then she showed me what appeared to be a text from Greg saying something to the effect of, "You have a storm coming."
Did she show you just that text message, or did she show you like an entire conversation?
She did not show me the entire conversation. Matter of fact, that's the only line I remember.
Did the defendant talk to you about that sort of message?
Well, going forward from that point, she acted as if she was terrified of Greg, and that
that storm coming message meant that he was going to abuse her again. She was in fear of him, and it was a constant subject of conversation after that. I don't know how she did it. She's very tech savvy, and she did something with her phone to where she could see Greg's phone screen on her phone, and she could track his location. She could see if he was texting somebody, she could see his screen on her screen from wherever she was. Like I said, it was a constant conversation. Oh, she thought that he was going to use the kids against her. She claimed that he had made comments about trying to take the kids and get child support from her. And like I said, it was a constant conversation after she got that text.
Again, I apologize, I'm jumping around a little bit. At some point, did the defendant tell you that she had become pregnant?
Yes.
Was that before or after the trip to Florida?
Before. That would have been in, I believe it was late August.
Did she tell you who the father of the child was?
She said that the father of the child was me.
At some point during this time period when the anonymous text messages were being sent, was there ever any conversation about a package coming in the mail?
Yes. One of the anonymous texts that my wife received said that something along the lines of all the proof is in the mail, or all the proof, all these messages will be sent in paper form, something like that, in the mail.
And so what conversations did you and the defendant have about this potential package?
I don't remember exact conversations we had about it, but I can tell you when it came, I was home and I received it.
Who was the package addressed to?
It was addressed to my wife.
Was there a return address on it?
There was. It was from an education company in Columbia.
What made you think that that was the package that would be related to the anonymous text?
Because the company that was listed, or the school that was listed as the sender, was not the school that my wife worked for. It was a different one. And combine that with the fact that supposedly this stuff was coming in the mail, I put two and two together, and I opened the package, and
What did you see inside?
I saw several pages of what appeared to be screenshots of text messages, as well as photo collages. And to be honest with you, I didn't even examine it. I knew what it was, and I got in my car and drove it down to the defendant's house and gave it to her.
Did you have any idea what she was going to do with that package?
I did not.
But you said you saw photo. What did you see inside the box?
Photo collages. Some of the pages had screenshots of text messages. Some of them had photo collages. I mean, I noticed that there were some pictures I recognized of myself on there, but I didn't analyze each page or look at all the pictures.
Really? Let's do the credibility vote now, chat.
Let's move to October 2nd.
Okay.
Let's do the
Starting
credibility
at
vote.
about 6:15, the jury has seen evidence that you and the defendant left River's Edge in separate cars around 6:15, 6:20.
That's testimony from the solicitor.
I'm just trying to orient him into.
I sustain the objection, just ask your question.
At some point that evening, did you and the defendant leave River's Edge community at about the same time?
I don't believe so. I believe I was already out working, and when I met with her, if I recall correctly, it was at the Heritage Wildlife Preserve.
Course indulgence.
He said he didn't really look. He knew what it was immediately and just drove down to the defendants, but he was looking through the pages. And he said he was looking through the pages. And that's just a weird
What
thing
type of car did you
to
typically drive?
mishmash.
A silver Ford Explorer.
Was that a county car?
Yes.
What type of car did the defendant typically drive?
Typically I believe it was silver, Honda Odyssey minivan.
I'm approaching you with admitted exhibits 136 and 138. So let's start with 136. Do you recognize both the car and the driver in that photo?
Yes, that's the defendant driving her work van.
What's the date and time stamp on that?
October 2nd,
6:16 p.m.
Okay, now look at 138. Do you recognize that car?
Yeah, that appears to be me entering the gate at October 2nd at 6:20 p.m. Okay.
And you said entering. Is that you entering the community or?
Yeah, I believe we're both entering in that picture.
Peter, I wish
I'm
we
not
had
sure, though.
2 screens
And
to
you don't
see
know,
her
it's fine.
face the whole
I don't know.
time that he's on the stand. Thank you for
Shortly
the
after
2.
this time, did you two go to, and I'm just calling it Preserve because the name's too long, the Preserve on International Drive?
We did, yes.
What was the purpose of going there?
Shooting,
Had you done that before?
yes, many times.
Did you, when you would go shooting, who was shooting? Was it you, was it her, or was it a combination?
If I might backtrack a little bit,
Absolutely.
prior to all of this, I would say total throughout the duration of time that, from the time I met the defendant until all of this transpired, we probably went shooting 12 to 15 times. Sometimes it was at the Heritage Preserve, sometimes it was in the woods off of Water Tower Road. I know she shot more frequently than I did, but she often asked me to go with her, and sometimes I did. Sometimes I went and didn't shoot, and she shot. Sometimes I did shoot.
So, speaking directly to the night of October 2nd, who shot that night?
The defendant.
Do you know what kind of gun she used?
I don't know the kind of gun. I know it was a small black gun. I don't know the brand or anything.
How long, you can estimate, and if you can't, that's fine. How long were you in the Preserve that night?
Not long. So I had worked all day that day. I went on call for the coroner's office at 8 o'clock that morning. I got my first call pretty much right away, and I stayed busy all day. I hadn't eaten much, and I wanted to go to get some dinner. That was my priority. So when we shot, we weren't there more than 10 to 15 minutes. I remember it being muddy, and all I could think about was eating. So we didn't stay long.
I can relate.
So, did you guys in fact go to eat after that?
We did, yes.
Where did you go?
Abuelos.
How long were you at Bueschgen for? You can estimate or not if you don't know.
I would only be estimating an hour maybe.
What did you do after Bueschgen?
So, well, while we were at Abuelos, I remembered that a friend of my family who works at a different restaurant, it was her last weekend working there, and I mentioned to the defendant that we should have gone there in Sacristy. So we decided that when we left Abuelos, we would stop by there to see her on her last shift. So we left Abuelos and headed for the restaurant in Sacristy. When we got there, there was a line out the door and there was nowhere to park, so we ended up not even going there. So we continued on down the road to another friend of ours' residence. He lives on a houseboat in the Osprey Marina. So we headed toward the Osprey Marina.
Did you end up going to that friend's house?
We did not. So backtracking again, I'm sorry. The defendant was acting unusual all day that day. Starting early in the day, she was unavailable for my death calls, which was very unusual because normally when I'm on call, she's right behind me. She'll follow me around the county, and she would respond to my calls whether I needed her there or not. So it was unusual that she wasn't available part of the day. And then she was very quiet. Even at Abuelos, she was reserved and something was off. So then while we're driving, when we got to the Osprey Marina, I was turning in and she said, "Just keep driving. I don't want to see Charles, who's our friend. I don't feel like dealing with people. Just keep driving."
So what did you guys do?
So we continued driving. I remember we drove down Enterprise Road to Bay Road and looped back around to 707.
I can't hear the word enterprise anymore.
The two of you during that ride?
Not that I recall in particular, but we, at some point I remember I realized that I didn't have any of my supplies that I needed for work. I had a little blue bag that I carried with me that had all the paperwork I needed. It had my gloves, it had things I would need if I were to get a death call, and I had left it in my Explorer at Buelos. So we went, at some point we went back to get the bag out of my Explorer in case I got a death call, so I would be able to do what I needed to do.
Can I infer that you and the defendant were driving in her van when
We were, yeah, we left my Explorer at Abuelos, and I was driving her van.
What happened after you went back to Abuelos to pick up your bag?
She said that she needed to stop by at Myrtle Beach Funeral Home because she had left her glasses there earlier that day.
Was this after typical business hours at a funeral home?
It was late. It was dark, so it had to have been 9 o'clock or so.
How would you guys have gotten into the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home? If it's after hours.
With the key.
Who had a key?
The defendant definitely had one. I may have also had one. I had keys to some funeral homes, but not others. So we had at least one key with us, maybe two.
Okay. So the defendant said she has to get glasses. Did you in fact go to the funeral home?
We did.
Tell me about that. What happened?
So we went to the funeral home, and I assumed she was looking for her glasses. She went to the left. We walked in the back door of the building. She walked to the left, which is back toward where the embalming room is. I went straight up the hall toward the office. At some point, I heard her speaking, presumably on the phone. And then I heard the conversation end. She came to the office. When she got to the office, she had her cell phone out, and I was talking to her, and she wasn't looking up at me. Whatever was on her phone, she was very, had her attention. And she said, "I have to go see Greg."
Did she say why she had to go see Greg?
She did not, but I said, "Well, I'm not going."
Why not? Why wouldn't you go?
Because she was constantly complaining about drama and abuse, and I didn't want to be part of it. She would typically take a friend with her. Her friend Savannah would go with her to Greg's house, or she would go on her own.
Is that based on what she told you, or did you actually witness her?
Based on what she told me.
So what?
I didn't want to be caught up in drama.
What happened when you told her you weren't going to go?
She said she would just be a few minutes, just go with her.
What happened next?
So I drove her van. We drove toward Greg's apartment complex, which is off of Arrowhead Road.
Let me stop you there for a second. Did you know where Greg lived before this?
I knew where his apartment complex was. I had been there on death calls before, so I knew roughly, I forget what it was called now, but I knew how to get to the general area.
Did you ever require directions to get there?
No.
What? So I'm sorry, now continue. You headed in the direction of...
We headed in the direction. She called Greg while we were driving, and I guess he had indicated to her that he was outside. She told me that she makes him meet her outside because she's uncomfortable going to his apartment, so he meets her outside of the apartment complex. So we were driving down Arrowhead Road, and I saw Greg on the left side of the road walking towards us, just outside of the apartment complex. And I said, "Is that him?" She said, "Yeah."
Is this
So
where she
as we
shoots
approached him, I started to slow down, and she said, "Make a U-turn." So I kind of passed him, made a U-turn, and as I pulled up alongside him, she said, because he stopped walking, he kind of turned to face our van, and I was stopping right next to him, and she said, "Pull up, don't be awkward." So I said, "Pull up." She said, "Yeah, pull up." So I pulled up so that we had passed him.
What happened next?
She opened the door and shot him.
How many shots did you hear?
A lot.
What did you do?
I froze.
Did the defendant say anything to you at that point?
Yeah. She said, "What are you doing? Help me, help me." Cursing at me, "Help me."
So what did you do?
I got out of the van and walked toward the back of the van. Greg was laying right at the back of the van on the side of the road.
What did you do?
She said, "Put him in the back of the van." So I opened the back of the van, and we started treating him just as we would treat any other body. And I grabbed a sheet, wrapped it up like a rope,
So they
put
already
it
had the
underneath his
sheet.
torso to help with leverage. And then in her van, she had what we call I don't remember what we called it, like a sliding board. It was a black plastic backboard, and it was flexible so you could put a body on it and easily slide it and maneuver it around. I pulled that off of her stretcher,
And using the sheet as leverage, we both picked Greg up and put him on the sliding board and put him into the back of the van.
What did you do next?
I reached in and started buckling him. So on the mortuary stretchers that we put him on, there's 2 seat belts, and you clip them, and what they do is they hold the body in place. And I started to do that, and she started screaming and cussing at me and said, you know, what are you doing? We need to get out of here. We need to get out of here. And I shut the back door. Greg was just kind of haphazardly on the stretcher. He wasn't buckled on. He wasn't covered up. And we got in the van, and I hightailed it out of there.
How long would you say you were in the Arrowhead community?
Not long. I mean, it happened fast. And by the time, when I pulled up in front of him, it was like one swift move. Like she opened the door, slid out, it was pop, 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 pop.
Had the 2 of you moved bodies before together? You just have to say yes or no.
Yes.
As part of your jobs, was that a fairly frequent occurrence?
Yes, every day.
So you said that you hightailed it out of the Arrowhead community. Where did you go?
We went back to the funeral home.
What happened when you got there?
Well, first of all, on the way there, I asked her, what just happened? Why did you do that? And she didn't say much. She told me to go to the funeral home. And I just remember the complete nonchalance. Just like this, it was like a minor inconvenience that we were going through.
You just changed up real quick.
So what happened once you got back to the funeral home?
So at the funeral home, when you bring a body in, they have a garage and they have coolers in the garage, and the coolers have one door that you open, and there's either 3 or 4 shelves inside the door. And we wheeled Greg in on stretcher. I made a cremation container, which is pretty much a glorified cardboard box. And you use little zip ties to tie it up and make it rigid. And I made one just like we would make for anybody else. And I put it into the cooler and pushed the stretcher up next to it and started to push Greg in. And the whole time she was yelling, "Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Hurry up. We gotta get out of here. Hurry up. Are you stupid?" Over and over again. Are you stupid?
I mean,
did you have any concerns about leaving the victim in a cooler and leaving the funeral home?
So sometimes the coroner's office will use funeral homes as extra storage, like if we're out of room at the morgue in Conway, or if it's, for whatever reason, we might need to leave a body in a funeral home. And typically we put a note on the shelf that the body's on that just says "hold for coroner," and that's what I did. I put a note on it that said "hold for coroner."
Would that have been unusual? I know, hold for coroner?
No, that was the regular thing.
During this time that you're taking Greg out of the van and loading him into the cooler, were you able to see him? Was there a lot of blood?
So the night that we put him in,
Yes, the night he was killed.
I did not look. I had draped a sheet across him when we brought him in from the van, and I just pushed him in like he was. Now the next night, I saw him.
Okay,
and there
I'll
was,
get to that in just a minute.
Okay.
So after you put Greg in the cooler, what did you guys do?
got out of there fast and went back to her house.
Did you go back to...
I'm sorry.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
On the way back to her house, we had to get my
this is where she loses it.
Explorer from.
She looks
Abuelos.
angry.
So we stopped to get my Explorer before we went back to her house. On the way to get the Explorer, she told me that if I ever told anybody what happened, she would kill me. And that we had to be in this together. She told me that I have to stay with her that night. I better not leave her. And then we went, got my Explorer. We went to Lowe's Food Store, International Drive. And I can't remember which vehicle we left there, but we left one of the vehicles in the parking lot of the Lowe's Food Store. and
So
took
your
the other
Explorer
two.
was still at Abuelo's, but you went and picked it up and went to Lowe's? I'm just trying to get that.
Correct, yes.
Where did you go after that?
We went to Megan's house.
Okay. So at some point, did you go back to the funeral home that night?
We did.
Why?
So I got to backtrack and tell you the background. When we got back to her house, her daughter, Savannah, was watching TV in the living room. I just remember thinking how normal it looked in the house. And I had to pretend that this hadn't just happened. Sorry. Meagan went straight to the shower, and I sat on the couch with Savannah. I'm sorry, Samantha.
Okay, you just have to answer my question.
I'm sorry. Sat on the couch with her, and I tried to make small talk, like I hadn't just watched her mother kill her father. I'm sorry, what was the question?
You said you would return to the funeral home at some point that night. So you got back to Megan's house, she's upstairs taking a shower, you're on the couch with Savannah, what happened next?
Okay, so there's an app that we use for the coroner's office called Iris.
Is that
and
IRIS?
I believe it's IRISS.
Okay, thank you.
Like you stopped
So there's an
crying
app.
quick
I'm
or
sorry.
whatever.
That's okay.
So the Iris app, it tells you what's going on in the county. Only law enforcement, fire, rescue, coroners have access to it. And I remember seeing on that app that there was what appeared to be a pending death on the south end of town. It said it was a cardiac arrest. The call came in as a cardiac arrest. I believe it was a man that was found down in his driveway. And I told the defendant after she got in the shower about that call. I said, it looks like there's going to be a death call, and I can't not go on it. I can't act like something is out of the ordinary. And she said that she wanted to go back to the funeral home anyway because she forgot to get Greg's belongings off of his body.
Did she ever say why she wanted to get his belongings?
I don't know that she specifically said why.
Okay. Did you then go back to the funeral home?
We did.
What happened when you got there?
When we got there, I parked out back. I did not go in at first. It's very late at night at this point. It's got to be probably after midnight. And I parked out back. I stayed in the car. The defendant went into the building. And right after she went in the building, two older people, an older couple, walked around from the side of the building around back. And I had never seen them before. And they were walking toward the door of the building. And I thought it was unusual that they were going into the back door of the funeral home at 12:30 at night. So I asked them, I rolled down the window, I said, can I help you? And they weren't very friendly. They just said, we're here to work. So with everything that was going on this evening, everything in the world just wasn't adding up to me. So I got out of the Explorer and went into the funeral home. I walked back to the left, and because I saw the light was on in the embalming room, and they were in there. The older couple was in there, and they told me that they were trade embalmers and that they were there to embalm the body. I still thought it was odd that I had never seen them before, but there was a deceased woman on the table, and they appeared to be embalmers. So I made small talk with them for a minute, and I left. I walked back out to the main hallway to go back outside. At that point, the defendant was walking down the hallway like she had come from the front of the building.
How long would you say the defendant was in the funeral home before the trade embalmers went in?
Not long at all. Maybe less than a minute, probably.
When she came walking up, did you ever see what she had taken from Greg's body?
Yeah, I saw keys and I forget what else, but she had some of his personal effects.
Did she ever tell you what she did with that stuff?
Yeah, so the next morning, I'm still on call. I'm on call all throughout this weekend. The next morning, I had death calls in the morning. She went on, I believe, the first death call I had. She actually did the transport for it. And then she said she was going to be unavailable because she had to make things seem normal for the kids, and she was supposed to take them to Greg's apartment that morning.
So what did she do with the belongings?
So, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I wasn't there, but she told me that she took the kids and Greg's belongings to his apartment, and that she hid his keys and his wallet in a cushion on his front porch, and then let the kids find them for some reason. So she hid the belongings that she took off his body on his outdoor furniture, let the kids find them. She also told me that while she was there, she went back out to the road in front of the complex and picked up shell casings that were in the road that had been left there the night before. This was in broad daylight.
So this is now October 3rd?
Yeah, the morning of the 3rd.
Okay. Did you and the defendant have any conversations about what to do with Greg's body?
Yeah, so I believe what happened that morning after she took the kids to Greg's apartment was she went to her boss's house and dropped them off there because Greg...
I get what he believes.
That's the standard. If he knows, he knows. If he doesn't,
Okay, the defendant told me that she dropped the kids off with her boss, Chuck Benjamin, at which point she became available for death calls because she didn't have kids anymore. I had a death call on Treetop Court off of Bay Road, and the defendant came and did that transport for me. So I went inside and I talked with the next of kin of the deceased. The defendant came in, we did our normal job, preparing the body for transport, got the body onto the stretcher together, at which point the defendant took the stretcher to her van, and I went to my Explorer to do the paperwork that goes along with the body to the funeral home. While I was doing the paperwork, the defendant got in the passenger seat of my Explorer. And she told me that I had to get rid of the body.
What did you say?
I said no.
Here comes the Lowe's and the Pepsi
I
trip.
told her that she should ask Jim to cremate the body. Jim was the owner of the funeral home. I told her she should ask Chuck to help her, that I was already way more involved than I wanted to be. And she told me, this isn't about Jim, this isn't about Chuck, this is about you, and I saved your life. This is the least you could do for me.
So did you agree to dispose of Greg's body?
Not at first. It was an ongoing debate all day. With me refusing to do it, and then her telling me that if that body gets found at the funeral home, she's going to kill me. And I'll tell you, I'd known Meagan for a while at that point, and she talked like that all the time. She talked like, I'm going to kill this person or that person. I want to kill my kids. I want to gouge so-and-so's eyes out.
It's not responsible to the question.
Keep going.
I'm going to gouge so-and-so's eyes out. But prior to all this happening, I never took that seriously. But On the night of the second, that changed. And, you know, when I heard her say, you know, do this or do that, or I'm going to kill you. I had just watched her kill the father of her kids. I'm going to take it serious.
So did you in fact dispose of Greg's body?
I did. So I went to Lowe's, and I honestly at the time had no idea what I was going to do with the body or if I was even going to do what she wanted me to do. I didn't want to do it, and when I was there shopping at Lowe's, I didn't know where I was taking him. I didn't know if I was going to go to the water or to the woods or somewhere else. And I just started buying things that I thought might be useful. And it makes me sick to even tell this story. I'm sorry.
Well, at some point, did you go back to the funeral home to get Greg's body?
Yes. So, and if I can fill in a little bit again, I bought the items at Lowe's. Later on in the day, we had a death call in Ainer. The defendant was available for it. While we were on the death call, she told me that she was having a miscarriage, actively. And that particular body was going to be stored at the coroner's office at the morgue there. So we left the house where the person died and we took them back to the coroner's office. And the defendant got out of her van and walked straight into the bathroom of the coroner's office and was in there for, I estimate, 20 to 30 minutes. I handled the body, I took care of what needed to be done. Eventually she came out of the bathroom and she told me, again, just so nonchalantly, well, I'm having a miscarriage, so things are really working out for you. Greg's dead and I'm having a miscarriage. And she told me that I better get rid of that body tonight. Me and Greg's body.
So at some point, did you go back to the funeral home to get Greg's body?
Yeah, I waited till it was dark. I went back by myself. She had told me to get him out of the county. So I went to the funeral home and I took my Explorer and I put him in my Explorer.
What did you transport him in?
So I had grabbed a portable stretcher. I believe I got it out of her van. It was either out of the van or it was out of the funeral home itself. But they have these fold-up stretchers. They fold out and they look like a big, heavy-duty backboard. I took him out of the cooler. I put him on that.
Was there anything covering the stretcher before you put Greg's body on top?
There was. I unfolded the tarp that I purchased and put it on the
Okay. What did you
stretcher.
do next?
I pulled Greg out using the sheets that were still around him from the previous night, and I pulled him over onto the tarp. And at this point, I looked at him because it all seemed so surreal. I just had to see his face and believe it was him.
Well, let me stop you there for a second. Obviously, you saw deceased people on a regular basis. Were you able to tell at that point whether Greg was alive or dead?
He was dead. I knew he was dead. He was dead within a couple seconds of her shooting him.
Okay. So, what did you do after you put him on the stretcher that the tarp is covering?
I strapped him on using the seatbelts on the stretcher, and I took him out to the Explorer and put him in the Explorer. And at this point, I still didn't know where I was going. So I sat behind the funeral home for a few minutes, and I thought about going to Myrtle's Inlet, and there's a lot of water down there. And then I decided, I don't even remember my train of thought, but I decided to take him out 501. I knew that the Pee Dee River was out on the county line. And I started heading that direction. So while I was on 501, I just didn't want to be doing this, and all I could think about was how can I get out of this? I felt like there was no good decision I could make. I called the police, she's going to kill me.
pulled over into a parking lot, and I sat there for a few minutes. It was just a business. It was late at night, so it was an empty parking lot. Just trying to think of how can I get out of this. And eventually I came to the realization that I wasn't getting out of it, and I just had to finish what I was doing. So I looked at the map on my phone, at the river at the county line, and I decided to head out 378.
I want them to show her face right now.
I drove out 378, and there wasn't much traffic, but as I got close to the county line, there was a car that had flown up behind me, and I pulled into a little convenience store about a mile or so before the county line, and I let that car pass. And then I continued out toward the river. When I got there, I actually drove across the bridge, and after you cross the bridge into Marion County, there's a sharp bend that leads to the right in the road. After that bend, you can see ahead for a long ways. And I made sure that there was no oncoming cars so that nobody was going to pull up on me while I was doing what I was doing. And once I knew there were no cars coming, I did a U-turn. I went back to the middle of the bridge and I popped the back gate of the Explorer. It took about 10 seconds to put them in the water.
What did you do after that?
Went back to the defendant's house.
Was there any conversation at that point about getting rid of, had you done that?
I came in and she smiled at me and said, "Did you do what you need to do? What you needed to do?" I said yes, and she said, "Good boy."
Let me just back up on something. Do you know what happened to the gun the defendant
You're
used?
looking over at the jury to see if they're looking at him.
Did she ever tell you what she did?
She told me that she put it in the intercoastal waterway off of International Drive, along with shell casings and I believe some of his other personal effects.
At some point, did the two of you kind of strategize about what to tell the police if they ever questioned you?
Yeah. So I got a call from Greg Lent with Horry County Police asking me to come in to talk about Greg Rice's disappearance.
Oh.
At this point, he hadn't been found. So I told the defendant that I got that call, at which point she started drumming up this whole story about what we were going to tell him. And
They probably knew you were communicating in that
It was
moment.
not true at all.
Is that the story you repeated to the police
Yes.
time and time again before your arrest?
Yes, I felt like I had no choice.
At some point, did you decide to tell the truth about what happened?
I did.
And what spurred that decision? What made you decide to tell the truth?
Well, the first conversation I had with my lawyer, I told her what I was guilty of, and I said, I will plead to that now and I'll tell the whole truth. But I want my family to be protected.
The lawyer
Because as soon as
has
it came out that I was talking and actually telling the truth and not the story, I didn't know what she would do. She would hurt my family.
the lawyer has said that.
So, back in December, my lawyer arranged for, I guess they came to an agreement with the county that they would put some type of GPS radius around my family. And my understanding of it was that if the defendant, who was on home detention at the time on an ankle monitor, were to enter into these areas anywhere near my family, the police would be dispatched immediately. That was the point where I was somewhat comfortable telling the truth.
So did you meet with Ms. Waller and investigators at Deiter and Long?
Yes.
At the beginning of that meeting, did you tell the entire truth?
At the beginning of the meeting?
Did you come in with a written statement? And I'll actually...
I did. Well, yeah, I came with a written statement.
when I wrote the statement, I didn't tell the whole truth. That was prior to my conversation with my lawyer about the GPS radius and protecting my family. So yes, I came with that statement, but during that meeting, the safety arrangement was made, at which point I told the entire truth.
Court's indulgence. Your Honor, may I approach? And this is previously admitted, State's Exhibit 158.
He is still married.
All right, so
Sorry,
this
ladies,
is,
he's taken.
An aerial view of the Arrowhead complex with the Flint Lake Apartments right in here.
Okay.
I'll hold it closer to you because I know you can't lift your arms. Can you show us where?
So this is Arrowhead right here?
Yeah, that's Arrowhead.
Okay.
And this would be, I think that's the
Clay Pond?
Yeah, that's the Clay Pond entrance. So can you tell us if that's Flint Lake, where along this road
Yeah.
the
So he
victim shot?
would come out and make it right.
Here, I'm just sorry. I'm gonna hold it up like
Yeah.
Tommy. Can you just not block the view of the jury? Sure.
It would have been somewhere in the vicinity of where this new, it looks like a new construction road is on one side, and then looks like there's a fairway for a golf course on the other side of the road, straight across from the construction.
Okay, so I want to make sure, and then I'll show the jury. This area right here where this construction is.
Correct. Generally right in that vicinity.
Did you see that, Tom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the dad gonna cross him?
Right at the construction.
The final boss.
Court's indulgence for a moment, please.
Did we get crossed today? I'm not gonna look ahead. I'm not gonna look ahead. I'm not gonna do it.
I don't have any further questions at this time. I believe Mr. Tommy Britt may have some questions for you.
Oh my gosh, guys.
And that's why, let's go ahead and take a short break.
Oh, they're doing a break. They're giving us a break, chat. Where are you guys at?
We'll bring that back.
Okay.
I am not buying that he's not. I know he pled out to being accessory after the fact. I think he's not being completely forthcoming. I don't think that that exonerates her. But it does seem like that every detail of evidence that the prosecution had, he had a voluntary explanation for.
All right, Mr. Dontell, you can't talk to anyone during this break, okay?
Your Honor, do you want him to remain on the witness stand?
Well, I'm
or
gonna let
leave it?
security do whatever that is appropriate, whether it's stay here or they want to check them out.
Either or has to go in the back.
Whatever you want. All right.
Yeah, what's up with the pregnancy?
15 minutes.
So, with the pregnancy, it was reported that she was pregnant, but we haven't actually, maybe they'll get into that on cross. Was she actually pregnant? Was she just saying it? Was she actually having a miscarriage? Was she just saying it? Could the stress of the incident have caused a miscarriage if she was actually pregnant? Could she have done something to bring on a miscarriage? To say, I'm having a miscarriage, I need you to do this as a manipulation play? Like, there's a lot of things that are just kind of like, I don't exactly know. And it's not putting me in the position where I think she's innocent. But he's in a position where he took a plea and the prosecution is withholding sentencing until after he testifies. He's facing 20 years. He said, you know, when he was talking about why he's testifying today, he did say that he's like, I guess in a way I'm hoping for a lesser sentence, a shorter sentence. So he's being forthcoming that he would like less than 20 years. He has a reason to be less than truthful. I don't know. I don't know. So, and Peter, hold on. That's a good time to check because I am struggling here. Okay. I don't know how to do this in Restream when like stuff is a little bit longer. I know we had lemon lime. I know we had, when I said that I wanted to see 2 screens. Guys, one thing I would really love is if there were 2 screens on through that entire testimony where you could see his face, you could see Christopher Dontell's face, and Meagan Jackson's face at any given moment, side by side. Because both of them, and I'd say she gave a lot of very obvious motions, and I don't know if they were just instinctual reactions or for the jury or a little bit of both. There was one moment where, to me, Christopher Dontell was seemingly choked up and went like this over to the jury. And he wasn't like choked up in that second. He was like, he was basically like, "Do you see me doing this? Are you buying it? What do the jury's faces look like?" That's how I took his body language. Um, and I also think when someone's showing distress, it could be genuine distress, but it might not be because what he's saying is the truth. He could be distressed when he's telling a lie because he's distressed about maybe actually pulling the trigger or participating in planning something ahead of time, But I do think at certain points he was genuinely distressed, but it could have been selfish. It might not be because he wants closure for the family. I'm sorry, Savannah. So I don't know. There's just something. Where's the weapon? If I was a master manipulator, chat, and I'm pulling the strings on this guy, would I tell you where I threw the weapon? Why would I tell you that? If I'm the master manipulator, I'm going to tell you enough that you feel like you're in this with me, but I'm not going to give you my full hand. But maybe that's why she's upset. Maybe she thought she could trust him and told him way too much, and he's telling the truth about all these things. Like this is a lot more than I thought this trial would be. Um, let's see, Peter. I did get the lemons and the lime. You sent limes. I got the poster child of a psychopath. And, this is another thing, too. I mean, do you think um, do you think there's like a gender barrier in general? Maybe not in this specific case, but do you think that attorneys in trials, prosecutors, defense attorneys have to overcome a hurdle depending on who's sitting in the witness stand accusing the defendant? The prosecution came right out and said, well, she's petite, the defendant's petite. Why might you be frightened by her? And that's when he started for the first time to say she threatened me, right? Um, you've got to be aware of possible implicit bias from the jurors, right? Whether that should be a thing or not, it's something that you have to consider. You've got to be realistic. And vice versa. I mean, crazed cold killer, guy crying on the stand. Someone could be thinking, men don't get upset. He seems upset, so he must be telling the truth. Like, there's all these different ways that implicit bias can cloud how we interpret information. And Peter also said he has no reason to lie. He's going to prison already. She has a reason to lie. And there was some great debate in the chat. I still think he has plenty of a reason to lie. 20 years versus something less than 20 years is a big motivation. Maybe shave 5 years off. That's 25% of the time you're saving. So I think he has a reason to lie. He's still technically married. Plans and Pens had asked earlier, what did Erica Dontell, the wife, what did she say? What was the final thing she said on the stand? And if you didn't hear it, she said, I haven't been able to speak privately with my husband in 4 years. Right after a few questions about, you're still married, right? Why aren't you, do you know if that will change? And then she said, I haven't even been able to speak with him. So maybe in a way, part of the reason he might want to lie is to still preserve the marriage, the family, the structure. I mean, obviously sitting here, it seems pretty irreparable, but who knows? Who knows? And I see, and now I'm further back so I can pull up the chats again. Peter Ortiz, I think there is a huge problem I think we're getting to a point where, because of the Me Too movement, it's taboo to not believe women in certain circumstances, the rush of support and the condemnation if you question a woman who accuses a man of doing something. I do think people are too quick to jump to the defense on one side because of an implicit bias or a feeling of wanting to protect and do the right thing, that you don't just let the information play out and form an opinion as new information comes in. So I do think that this is a big issue, and of course in the civil realm as well. Um, but I do think as a chat, we're watching the trial, bringing it in. The chat's sitting here and going like, "Oh, well, that's that, and it'll go in that direction." But wait a minute, that's that, and that goes in that direction. So, and that's probably, you watch a trial on TV, you might not have people around to have a conversation with, but when you have a chat room on YouTube, of course, sometimes it can lean in one direction. And sometimes it should lean in one direction if someone's doing something extremely egregious. But I think chat rooms bring us different perspectives and ways to think about things. Yeah. Oh, Martha Griffin says insurance. Martha Griffin says insurance. So that's a good one. Superwoman69 says the death penalty is on the table, question mark. Not for Christopher because he took the plea and he's only facing 20 years. But if you mean for Meagan, and maybe are you suggesting like he wouldn't want to see death penalty against Meagan? I'm not sure if that's on the table for her, but I get what you're saying. Like perhaps that's he doesn't want that on his conscience. That can be extremely, extremely compelling. So, and Amy E. You guys know I love Amy E. Amy E, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Let's get some blue hearts in the chat for Amy E. Amy E, I said it yesterday. Everybody's looking for something to do with the Karen Reid trial coming to an end. Amy E is the archivist. She's got an arsenal of, body cam footage, trial clips, key moments in courtrooms. Like, I really think if you go over there, you will be occupied for weeks catching up. And she's just a great person all around. So all the love in the world for Amy E here. She had also asked, what's the brief synopsis of this case? I'm still trying to catch up. That's the crazy part. You've got Christopher Dontell, who's a coroner. You've got Meagan Jackson, who is a body transport worker. We heard more context because of his testimony about how they met and they started drinking together. And then according to him, Meagan is now placing herself at this, and this to me seems believable. I've seen friends do this. They have a crush and they know that person likes to go to whatever place. So they just start going there on their own to be there and bump into the person that they have a crush on and want to see. So according to Christopher Dontell, they met through work, but Meagan, after she was introduced to this place, Brickers or Brickell or something, she starts going there and she's sometimes there before he even gets there. She's drinking. And then one day she has him get in the car with her, pulls around to a shady area and goes, "You're going to cheat on your wife tonight." So, and I don't know, just because it sounds corny and crazy to me doesn't mean I don't believe somebody else would do that. So they end up starting to have an affair, but he's married, has kids. Meagan Jackson is friends with the family. Her daughter's friends with the family's kids. And she's helping them financially with certain things, gifting things that are a bit extravagant, it seems. And she's always complaining about her baby dad / ex, Gregory Rice, father of her 4 kids, being like abusive and a bad parent. And we haven't gotten into it in this trial. It's probably bad character evidence and might not come in at all. But in the news coverage of this story, there is background context that she was initially charged with child abuse and neglect when she was arrested. There were weird issues with padlocks on doors within the house where, kids weren't able to come out of the room. And it was alleged that kids were urinating in cups in their room because they couldn't come out to use the bathroom to pee. So there's a whole other slate. And again, I don't think it'll come in because it's bad character evidence. So rules of evidence could keep that out. But there's a lot. And then one night, according to what Christopher Dontell says, she's just having an issue with Gregory Rice, needs to go by the house. He says he's never gone along with a meetup like that. She usually goes with a different friend or goes by herself. But because of the timing, he's just in the car, they go. They pull up, he's walking outside already, and she just pops. And then now he says he's stuck because otherwise he's afraid for his life and his family's safety. So that's the how we're caught up here. Cross-examination, I think, is going to. When we started this 3 days ago, I didn't think it would be like this. I just didn't think it would be like this. So here we are. Here we are. Oh, and Amy also says, I appreciate you. Much love. Right back at you. Thank you for being a member for 10 months. Look at this. We've been together so long. We've been together so long. And yeah, I mean, so Derek is saying, or maybe the locks were to keep the husband out. And that's the thing. I don't think we'll get more information about this. Like, we've heard what we've heard. I just don't see how they're going to bring in anything further. Like, we've heard that she claimed that he was abusive and that they had a rough relationship, or that they were always having problems. But again, I think some of this bad character evidence, it's in reports about the story, especially back in like 2022 when this was bigger news. But and Superwoman's asking, were they on meth? What causes this level of psychosis anyway? So, and that's the thing. It seems like, according to, I think Erica said something too, that Meagan would talk about Greg Rice having a problem, a potential problem. And that can come in. Yes, it is hearsay, but there's an exception to it because it's a statement against the defendant, right? So that's why Erica was allowed to say what Meagan Jackson was saying. So Meagan Jackson kind of has said some statements. If we take Erica, I think Erica is really credible. I mean, she was willing to get up there and say, I'm still married to the husband. I think probably being pretty honest with us, because that's kind of an embarrassing thing to admit. And I don't know. So, I mean, there could have been drugs involved, but it doesn't seem like it's coming into play. The prosecution has asked a few witnesses, mostly the police, the investigators. Have you found any evidence of like drugs, paraphernalia? Did you look at the one guy was like, we look for spoons, we look for baggies, we didn't see any of that stuff. So it seems like the prosecution is trying to get on the record that there was no evidence of drug use. So that way they can argue it's probably not a reasonable alternative explanation here. So, but yeah, so let's get to cross. Let's get to cross, you guys. Oh, and also big shout out, Tay Biz, if you are still in here. I don't know how to, okay. I've said great things about Restream all day. But one thing I don't know how to do, StreamYard. Okay, that's the whole chat. Hey, chat on the screen. Yeah, I don't know how to. I guess I have to watch it and catch it in real time and manually start, or maybe there's a global setting I can change. So I'm sorry I can't pull everything up. I know Tay-Biz, I had it pinned on the screen earlier. So I want to say thank you to Tay-Biz for the support and all the love today and hanging out. It's always good to have Tay-Biz around. And STS says, it sounds like she planned it. He got surprised after being softened up and was gaslit by the whole thing. And I think this is entirely viable. I think this is entirely viable. And I also believe if the two of them were planning, but, you know, we heard he gets this packet in the mail of these texts and pictures and he runs right to her. He finds out that the police want to have an interview with him and he calls her. They're released after they're arrested. They're released and they have a no contact order with each other. They're not supposed to communicate. And then they both communicate with each other. I do feel like there would be phone records of some plot together, but maybe they would plot it face to face. So I do think it's a completely viable outcome if the jury believes, you know what, he didn't know anything about this until he's pulling up beside this guy and she gets out and starts shooting on him. I think that's right now, that's a completely reasonable thing for the jury to believe. As far as getting stuck in a situation, guys, if you were in that van in that moment, I don't know if in that moment would be the right time to call the police while you're in a car and someone else has a firearm, right? Unless maybe you're armed yourself, but I can see him not reacting and it being a smart move to not react immediately. But as soon as you are physically apart, then what? Then what? So, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, the SCS, I absolutely would not in that moment. Like, yeah, where do you want me to go? Would be me, because I don't have a weapon. You do. What am I going to do? Unless I was quick enough to like hit the reverse and peel out of there. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, let's do this cross, guys. I'm excited to see where this goes. Oh, and did I skip ahead? Or do we need to move forward still? There we go. Yeah, that's how I feel, Derek. And I mean, keeping your family safe, get out of town a little bit. I mean, I feel like she would have been arrested right away. So what would she do? And then it's almost like he wanted to be caught. Like he went to Lowe's looking like himself, bought the exact things. What a weird looking cinder block. April O'Neil's baby daddy says, fellas, the side cat is never worth it. That's a CAT euphemism, not KATT. All right, they're rising for the jury.
Before we bring the jury in,
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
Was he wearing a hat earlier?
Mr. Dontell, I remind you, you're still under oath, okay?
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Make sure you have your own notepads and no one else's notepad. Cross-examination.
Mr. Dontell, were you married in a church?
No.
Where were you married?
Where?
Yeah.
At Bueschgen Stadium in Maryland.
Okay. Did you take any vows at that wedding?
I did, yes.
Did you vow to be faithful to your wife?
Yes.
You weren't, though, were you?
No.
In fact, there were numerous occasions where you weren't faithful to her. Isn't that true?
Correct.
For a long period of time, several months, you were having sex with Meagan Jackson, right?
Correct.
All over the place. At your house and other places.
Correct.
Okay. And your wife is still living in your house.
Correct.
And nowhere during that time did you tell her what was happening.
No.
You didn't say, you know, I've met somebody and we need to separate.
No.
You were having sex with both of them, isn't that true?
Correct.
And that is worse than a lie, isn't it, sir? That's betrayal, isn't it?
I suppose so.
You're the kind of man that will lie and betray his own wife. Is that true?
I did for a period of time, yes.
Well, if bad enough one time, how about 15 or 20?
Is the question how about 15 or 20?
Well, let's just say, how many times do you have sex with Meagan Jackson?
I don't know.
Too many to count, right?
I suppose so.
You met your wife, seems like a fine person. You broke her heart, didn't you?
Yes.
You're the kind of man that's so selfish. He'll hurt others. You cried about your family? Up here on that stand, you cried about your family? You weren't crying about your family when you were doing what you were doing with Meagan Jackson, were you?
No, I was completely blind to everything that was going on aside from Meagan.
Oh, well, let me ask you about that. You blame Meagan Jackson for having oral sex with you and all that kind of thing. You blame her?
I don't blame Meagan Jackson for that. No, sir. I blame myself.
That's a good point. You blame yourself. You're not blaming her. You talked at the beginning like she did this, she did that. You're a grown man. You could have decided to tell her no and never have anything to do with her. Could.
I could have.
And you could have stopped anytime you wanted to. Right?
Yes.
Okay. But you did stop. Even after the way you described these events of that night, through your tears, you were still having sex with Meagan Jackson afterwards.
Correct, for a period, yes.
Okay? So that takes a special man, doesn't it? To see the things you saw and cry all those tears, and you go right back to having sex with her. That's unusual, isn't it?
I don't know if it's usual or not.
Well, it's wrong, wasn't it?
I would say it was wrong.
Yeah, that Bible you put your hand over says it's wrong, doesn't it?
Yes.
That's adultery. You were committing adultery, right?
Right.
And that's in the Ten Commandments that you're not supposed to do it.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question on that?
Yeah, I'm asking a question. You understand that it's in the Bible that you don't commit adultery?
I do understand that, yes.
But you were doing it, right?
I've answered this question several times now. Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. Now, let's talk about your statements. You freely admitted, I believe, on direct examination that you had lied to the police throughout this process.
Correct.
As you sit there today, even you admit that your testimony is unreliable because you're a liar.
What's the question?
You admit that you're unreliable because of the lies you told and the deception you have practiced.
No, I do not admit that.
All right. So you finally decided to tell the truth today, huh?
I decided to tell the truth once I had protection from your client. Once my family was protected from her and her threats.
You were scared of it.
Yes.
Why didn't you leave her? Better yet, why didn't you go tell the police?
I was in jail during this time.
So I'm talking about that period in between. When you say all this happened, you, at that point, based on your testimony, you hadn't done anything wrong, right? When you get rid of the body, your testimony is you didn't have anything to do with the shooting. You didn't know it was going to happen, right?
That's correct. I did not know the shooting was going to happen.
Okay. So you had no agreement with Meagan Jackson to commit a crime until afterwards when you took the body and you did that by yourself, didn't you? She went with you.
We both picked up the body from the scene of death
Who took the
immediately
body?
after the death occurred.
That wasn't the question.
Who took the body to the river?
I took the body to the river.
She was not with you, isn't that true?
Not when I took the body to the river.
Okay. Now, what I'm saying is, you're a grown man. In fact, you were a county officer. True? Deputy
True.
Coroner was a county officer.
True.
And you knew all that. You knew most of these policemen, didn't you?
Several of them,
They were
yes.
friends.
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, you were friends with the policemen?
I wouldn't say we were friends. I worked alongside them frequently.
Well, they knew who you were. You knew they were.
Some of them, yes.
Part of your job was working with the police.
Objection, Your Honor. He's not asking questions. He's simply making
Ask your
statements.
question.
Isn't it true that part of your job is working with the police?
Yes.
So what stopped you from going to one of your acquaintances and telling them what happened?
The fact that your client told me that if I did that, she would kill me, and I had watched her kill the father of her kids, so I believed her.
Well, why don't you go tell the police that part of the story?
Why don't I?
Yeah, you have her picked up by the police before you did anything wrong.
Because I was afraid she was going to kill me if I told the truth.
You don't expect this jury to believe that you were scared of that woman to such an extent that you wouldn't report what you consider to be, and are now telling us is her misconduct? You're a scared cat, are you?
What was the question?
Are you scared? You said you did things wrong, but you scared of that woman sitting over there.
Absolutely.
My question is, as a county officer, why did you take matters into your own hand and report her and see that justice was served on her?
I've answered this question twice already, and the answer is because she told me she would kill me, and I had seen her kill the father of her kids, and I believed that she would kill me as well.
Okay. So, but nothing kept you from reporting it except your fear.
Objection, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered multiple times.
I got him on cross and work.
Go ahead. Ask your question again.
Nothing except your fear of that little woman there prevented you from reporting these incidents to the police. True or false?
That's true.
Okay. Now, let's look at your guilty plea. You remember that pretty well?
I believe so.
Okay. And let me take you through what I believe happened there. You remember who the judge was?
Who the judge was?
Yes.
Alex Hyman.
Yeah, yeah. So you decided at the last minute, right as Ms. Waller was standing up, make the opening statement, that you were going to plead to something, right?
This
Correct.
is important.
Okay. And so, once you said that, they shifted into a guilty plea instead of a full-blown trial. Isn't that true?
Correct.
Okay. And part of that process was to stand you up in front of the judge and put you under oath.
Correct.
Okay. So in other words, you swore in at that setting to tell the truth to a sitting circuit judge.
Objection, Your Honor. Still not a question.
He was asking the questions, right?
The judge was, yes.
Judge Howland was asking the questions.
Yes.
And you were responding, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you told him you were going to tell the truth. Didn't you?
Yes.
And then what happened was Miss Walter stood up in front of the judge and she gave a rendition of the facts that was going to be a part of the guilty plea. Isn't that true?
I believe so, yes.
Anything else? I'm not going to be cut you off.
Answer the question.
So you were there. You saw that happen. That saw her talking to the judge. Didn't you?
What's
Your
the
Honor,
question?
Your Honor, I'm just going to ask that he ask questions rather than make statements.
Didn't
Ask
I
the
say
question.
I said, didn't you?
Well,
Didn't you stand in front of the judge after Ms. Walter had spoken to the judge?
Yes.
Right. Didn't she say in your presence that you had told her you didn't know what happened to Gregory Rice the night that he was brought to the funeral home? You didn't say that, did you?
I don't recall saying that. Do you have something I could read?
Yeah, let me hear you something.
Oh,
Can I see what you're showing him, please?
Yeah.
he's gonna mess
I'm
up
not
this
gonna show you
plea.
this because I'm just loving what this guy right now. She'll say it.
The prosecutor actually reading it.
I need one of this. More business. For identification. Yes. For identification. Yeah, I just turned there for, can we do it? I'm not gonna ask you about it, he might want. Mr. Dontell, you're welcome to look at all this document. It is certified by a court reporter that was present during your guilty plea. You like this lady here is taking everything down?
I'm familiar.
That's where this came from. Okay? Now, I'm interested in page 7. Starting at line 15. I'll just read that and I'll ask you some questions. Oh gosh, hey, we need to get his handcuffs off. He can't. Okay, man, I'm sorry. Let's see. 15. Can you see it well enough to read?
What's that?
Can you see it well enough to read?
I can, yes, sir.
Okay. Line
18.
17 through 20 line, not pages. So pages.
On which page?
Page 8.
Page 8. And what line?
Let's just go. Let's go to line 16, beginning with according to.
What date is this statement from? This is from the...
Page 8.
Yeah.
Get it together with the papers.
I'm not sure. This is, give me just a second, Jeff. All right.
Camera guy just zooms in a little. Right, this guy is waiting just like the rest of us. Like, come on.
I'll call just to sure you know, take the wrong transfer. I'm just leaving me to do it. I apologize.
Defendants 2 for identification.
If you're showing him something different, can I see it, please?
Excuse me?
If you're showing him something different, may I see what you're showing him, please?
No, I showed you what I'm getting ready to show you.
You just switched out the exhibit.
I've got mine up there. I showed, but what you saw on the other exhibit is mine. I showed you mine. But you can see this.
I'm asking to see what you are going to show Mr. Dontell.
Simmering up.
You boys trying to find it for me. I'll go on something else. Yeah. Still got it wrong. Yes, sir. All right. Your Honor, can I show him this one? Even though it has some lines on it?
Yeah, if it's not an exhibit.
Okay. Okay. Where? Okay, look.
Defendant's brief identification.
And I don't think, finally got the right one. This is that same transcript we've been talking about. Okay? And, this is part of what Mr. Walker was saying. You're gonna look around and see all that. This is her talking to the judge, and I'm interested in 17, 18, and 19.
17, 18, and 19.
Yeah. Okay. See if that refreshes your memory.
It doesn't really refresh my memory. So what exactly are we looking for?
Doesn't it say that you told Ms. Walker?
Objection, Your Honor.
I can ask you this.
No, that's not in the evidence. Okay.
Well, the fact of the matter is, you told, did you not tell, did Ms. Walker not tell the judge? She told the judge, you claim you didn't know.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, he said he didn't recall. And he said that did not refresh his memory.
Apt to approach.
Have to come at it another way. Do you then deny, sir, that you told Ms. Walker you didn't know what happened to Gregory Rice that night? Do you deny that?
Objection. Just as to which time? If we're talking about the...
Overruled, I'll allow that.
You read this, do you deny it?
Do I deny that I told Miss Walter?
That you didn't know what happened to Gregory Rice that night?
On what date are we speaking of when I spoke with Miss Walter?
Like October 2nd, 2020.
I didn't speak with Miss Walter on October 2nd.
No, you're talking about October 2nd, 2020. That's denied.
Right. I'm sorry, I just don't understand what you're asking me. You're asking me when which conversation that I had with Miss Walter are you referring to?
No, you're not having a conversation with her in this one. You've already had that conversation.
I apologize. I really apologize. I'm just not following.
What? What's your objection?
That's not a question.
Judge.
He's making statements, and also Mr. Dontell is simply...
Well, he's asking back questions. My understanding is at his guilty plea, you recited the facts, and that was your facts. And he's asking him, does he recall that?
And he's already said he does not recall, and that doesn't refresh his recollection.
Let's ask him the question.
Judge, I'm going to stay on this point.
All right.
If we're here for 100 years, because this is an official transcript of his guilty plea, it recites what Ms. Walker said. It's crucial to put into evidence that he already told another
Well,
lie.
you can put the transcript into evidence.
All right, but I need to talk to you about that. Can I put it in for impeachment purposes only and not as an exhibit? I mean, I don't want to be introducing any evidence.
Well, then don't put it in, but you're not going to be able to read it.
Judge, I'd like to set this witness aside for a minute and call Ms. Walker.
Let's finish cross-examination.
Your Honor, I'd like to delay for a few minutes, see if I can get a hold of Judge Hyman.
Hold for a second. Ladies and gentlemen, we got to take up a matter of law. I'm going to excuse you back to the jury room in just a few minutes.
Holy moly noise. So it looks like he's gonna fight for a way to be able to either try to impeach this witness and be able to get in what he needs to get in without having to let the jury be able to read his entire plea agreement. Because with the plea, it's going to be the factual basis, which is basically an opportunity for the jury to read the prosecution's theory of the case.
All right, Mr. President, correct me if I'm wrong. I I get the impression that you want to impeach him on a document, which is a transcript, which he says does not refresh his memory. You want to get that transcript to the jury, but you don't want to introduce it as evidence because you want to be able to close lasting closing arguments.
All I want him to do is read 2 lines from the transcript.
When you're going to, and he read it, and it doesn't refresh his memory. The only way it can be published to the jury is if you introduce it into evidence.
Well, I'd like you to review the transcript.
For what reason?
Well, because there's Ms. Walter and I both know she made that statement to the judge. And we looked up, so.
Well, I think you're caught in a choice. If you want that information to go to the jury, you're going to have to put the transcript into evidence, which you're entitled to do. But you're not entitled to get something to the jury for the jury's review without it being in evidence.
I believe the law on this is, if I use it for impeachment purposes, it's not introducing substantive evidence.
I need the authority on that.
Okay.
All right?
Well, I need about 5 minutes right now.
All right. I'll do that too.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we'll stand in recess for about 10 minutes, okay?
Right. Oh, we got a water pour. We got a water pour. So we'll add that to the banner. We'll time travel and go ahead a little bit. And see, are you guys really calling him Defense Daddy? I don't know if we're going to do that here. I don't know about that one. So I have 12 water pours. I may have missed some that were silent. It's harder to catch them when they're silent. And all right, according to Pink Slime, we're using Defense Daddy.
Judge, on the authority issue, seemed a little vague to me, but I think it might be a little risky the way I read it.
Well, it's already in, I think, Rule 608.
Yeah, yes, sir.
You can ask him if he's got a prior inconsistent statement. If he admits to the prior inconsistent statement, that's it. It doesn't come in. If he denies it, then you can introduce the prior inconsistent statement to impeach his testimony. But you're not going to be able to use it to impeach his testimony without introducing it to that.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I believe it's correct.
So we're gonna move on past that right now. We need more time to try to figure out how to skin the cat.
I understand.
And if we made us get over that part for us.
All right.
But we might put the transcript in later. It's a public document. It's a judicial proceeding. It's not hearsay. It's admissible in its own right.
I understand that. That's right.
And the state would have no objection to that admission.
But you're not going to be able to you're not going to be able to get it to the jury to impeach this witness's testimony without introducing it into evidence.
We understand that.
All right.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you for taking the clarification.
All right. Anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No.
All right. Let's bring the jury in.
Alrighty. Oh, the son is going to talk with the dad, with Defense Daddy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Make sure you have your own notepads and nobody else's notepads. Brittany, we continue with the cross-examination.
Mr. Dontell, is your testimony today that you don't remember what was said at your guilty plea?
My testimony is not that I don't remember what was said at the guilty plea.
So you do remember that you told Ms. Walter that you know what happened to Gregory Rice that night?
Objection.
Or do you admit that?
No, he said he recalled. I'll allow that question. Go ahead.
Okay, could you repeat it? I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you admit that you told Ms. Walker, as part of the guilty plea, you didn't know what happened to Greg Rice the night of October 2nd, 2020? Or did you not say that?
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. Well, that's just another lie, Mr. Dontell. That's the biggest thing in your life, that guilty plea.
My answer would be no, it's not a lie.
Oh, it's not a lie.
You go.
Do you deny saying it?
I don't recall saying
That's
it.
been asked and answered. Let's move on.
So you don't recall what was said about you in your guilty plea?
Objection, asked and answered.
Same question.
No, I think I cut you off on that.
No.
But that was, the guilty plea is a significant event in your life, wasn't it?
Yes.
You never pled guilty to anything before, did you?
No, I've never.
So, you were paying close attention to what was going on, I assume.
I was doing my best, yes.
And you were answering Judge Hyman's questions as well as you could.
Of course.
And didn't he ask you if what Ms. Walker said was true and accurate? And you said, yes, sir.
I don't recall specifically.
Because if you had said no, sir, he wouldn't have taken the plea. Isn't that true?
I don't know. I've never done this before.
Is it more likely that you said yes, sir, or no, sir?
Objection, Your Honor. He said he doesn't recall.
Sustained.
All right, let's move on a little bit. Now, this business of you having an affair with Ms. Jackson, that ended up producing a pregnancy, didn't it?
Yes.
Any questions?
You got no qualm about the fact that's your baby, right?
I've never been 100% certain in my heart.
You found out about it. You started making fun of her. You contacted Frank Howard, didn't you? And told him that you were going to get a trip to Florida out of this.
What's the question, sir?
I said, you contacted Frank Howard about her pregnancy. And y'all had some laughs over it. And you said, by the way, I'm going to get a free trip to Florida out of this. And then you went to Florida after the pregnancy was found determined. Is that true?
I don't recall. This was 5 years ago,
You don't
sir.
recall that you made fun of your mistress with a friend and that you got a free trip to Florida out of the abortion question?
I don't recall that.
Did you send her memes showing abort on it? You don't deny wanting the baby aborted, do you?
I don't deny that we had agreed that she was going to get an abortion, yes.
You wanted the abortion, right?
I would say so, yes.
Yeah, because you wanted to keep having sex with your wife and with Miss Jackson. You didn't want her showing. Isn't that true?
That's not the reason.
Well, let's put it like this. Did you do your wife the courtesy of wearing a condom when you were having sex with Miss Jackson? You don't remember using a condom or not? You don't remember anything, do you?
Are you talking about a specific occasion?
Any occasion. Did you always use a condom to protect your wife from what may happen in the sex act or from her getting pregnant? Did you always use a condom?
No.
All right. So you had unprotected sex with her. And as a result of it, there was a pregnancy.
I believe I already answered that question as well.
Now, I think you testified earlier that you were hoping for a lesser sentence. Isn't that true?
Yes.
In this courtroom, you said that, so you have to remember that. That just happened about 45 minutes ago, so you remember saying that.
Argumentative.
I do remember saying that, yes, sir.
Now, you have a history throughout these issues trying to get what you want. That's part of your MO. You know, you wanted to have sex with your wife, and you want to have sex with Meagan Jackson. Not only did you want it, you got it for months. True?
True.
True.
And I'm sorry, but I feel like I've already answered that 5 or 6 times as
You know,
well.
I want to hear it again. Mr. Dontell. You don't tell me what questions I ask.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, let's move on.
You're not going to start crying, are you?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, let's move on.
Now, this, you came in with forget the plea agreement for right now. You came in with a handwritten statement when you were sitting down with the police. Isn't that true?
Correct,
You
yeah.
don't remember that?
True, I remember that.
Okay. Well, you just testified to it on correct examination.
And I just testified that I remember that.
Okay, you look like you weren't so sure.
Objection, Your Honor.
You sure?
Let's move on.
Is that true?
The question is, am I sure again?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sure.
Now, that statement wasn't true, was it?
Which statement?
The written statement.
The written statement was not true in its entirety, no.
Okay, in other words, in the written statement, you said that you weren't around for any killing. That Miss Jackson came to you and told you she had killed Mr. Rice. Isn't that what you said in the written statement?
Yeah, I also have already testified today that I did not tell the complete truth until my attorney arranged for with the police to put a GPS safety area around my family. And once that was in place, I told the complete truth, and I've done so ever since.
Well, you've admitted here, and this is one example of it, is it not, to producing false statements to significant officials like the police.
I did admit that already, yes,
And
sir.
this is just another example.
Objection, there's no question there.
Isn't
That's your
it?
question.
Isn't it?
I would say yes, that is another example.
Now, you testified that you're worried about your family, right?
Correct.
You weren't worried about them when you were having sex with Meagan Jackson, were you?
She had not threatened to kill me at that point.
Hold on a second. You may not remember this, let me ask you anyway. On the night of the killing, or sometime in connection with the date of October the 2nd, 2020, did you come in contact with that you certify the death of a body belonging to Mr. Fisher?
I don't recall, sir.
Do you remember talking to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home people about the paperwork that hadn't been properly filled out? Does that ring a bell?
I'm not denying that took place, but it does not ring a bell, no.
Do you remember what you did with that body?
I already testified, I don't remember that body. I handled 600 bodies, sir, and this was 5 years ago.
taken to the county morgue, the coroner's office?
Objection, Your Honor. He said he doesn't remember.
I'm not accepting that.
I'm allowing to this floor.
Could you have taken it to the county morgue there in the coroner's office?
I could have, yes, sir.
And do you know, sitting here today, what happened to that man? Where he was?
I don't recall that particular case.
And it happened the same day of what you described as the killing of Gregory Rice, didn't it?
I don't recall that particular case.
You don't recall hardly anything, do you?
I recall quite a bit, but not any of the last several questions that you asked me.
You
No.
don't recall anything I'm trying to ask you that's got any significance. You just say you don't recall. Isn't that what you've been saying?
Please explain the significance, because I would love to answer it properly so that everybody understands what you're asking and what my answer is.
It's a mystery. It's the
It
same-
is.
It's the same day. As I understood your testimony, there's going to be a cooler that Mr. Rice goes in. So, for some reason, that body doesn't go to Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. It goes to the morgue, and nobody I know knows what happened to it after that. Do you? Do you guess? You don't recall.
I don't.
Regret?
Well, that was
Court's indulgent.
underwhelming. I mean, they didn't get into like, are you gonna not try to establish that your
I'm sorry.
client was at those locations?
Mr. Britton brought up the 10 Commandments. I think we all know that thou shalt not commit adultery is one of the commandments. Do you know if thou shalt not kill is also a commandment?
I do know that that is a commandment. Yes.
And yet did the defendant break that commandment?
Yes.
That question. She doesn't need to characterize what we're doing. She asked you a question.
Overruled.
Mr. Britton asked you if you lied multiple times and you admitted that you had. Did the defendant also lie multiple times?
Yes.
Mr. Britton seemed to poke fun of the fact that you were afraid of a quote-unquote little woman. Can you explain to the jury why, despite her apparent diminutive size, you are afraid of the defendant?
The primary reason is because I watched the defendant murder Gregory Rice by shooting him several times, and then she told me she would kill me if I didn't do what she asked in helping him get rid of her and to never tell the truth about what happened. The answer is yes, I'm afraid of her regardless of her diminutive size.
And then there's been quite a bit of questioning about what happened at the time of the plea and then leading up to your conversation with the state a couple days later. I think it would have been 2 or 3 days later. Was the defendant out of custody during that time period when you made the plea all the way up until sometime earlier this year?
I believe so. To my personal knowledge, I believe she was out on bond during that time.
Do you have the same strike back? Mr. Britton was just asking you about, I don't even remember his name, Mr. Fisher or some decedent. Is there something about the night of October 2nd that makes you remember that night when you don't remember one decedent out of 600 that you've dealt with. Did that make sense to you?
Something particular that happened that night is the murder of Gregory Rice. I recall that and everything that goes along with that. But this Mr. Fisher, assuming that he died that date, was not, I didn't witness his death, and I didn't, I wasn't provided any details to recall specifics about that case. So I simply don't recall that particular case without some type of refresher.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you may step back.
Thank you.
I feel like the defense just like gave up on that cross, but I mean,
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and break for the evening. We leave your notepads in the jury box. Do not discuss the case even among yourselves. Don't conduct any independent investigations. Don't prosecute. I'm asking you to please be back at 10:15 tomorrow morning, and we'll resume the trial. Thank you very much.
Steph, I think he meant the other guy that he was asked about, the other deceased. So it seems like there was a different call for a different body. I don't know if they're going to call a funeral home director. I mean, the only thing I can think of is maybe they have, and maybe rather than ask Christopher Dontell about it, if they think that Christopher Dontell is lying to save himself on the stand, maybe they're going to subpoena or call in one of these Myrtle Beach employees and ask about paperwork that was filled out wrong. According to Christopher Dontell, who contacted them to tell them something was filled out wrong, maybe there's something there and they're just going to wait to ask that witness. If that's not the case, and she's paying for this attorney and that's the star witness, the key witness against her, and that was the cross we got, I don't know. Oh my goodness. I don't know if they have housekeeping before they close out.
All right, anything from the state before we recess for the evening?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, I'll probably take the bench at 9:30. Look at what we're going to next week.
The state will be finished, I would believe, by lunchtime tomorrow at the latest.
I don't know. Even if you're done at lunchtime, you still have the defense if they put something up, closing arguments, closing charges, and deliberations.
I was just letting you know when the state is going to be done with its
So I
case.
think we're probably going to be coming back next Tuesday. I need to go ahead and notify court administration.
Okay.
All right.
Your Honor, may we approach just quickly?
Come on up.
Maybe they don't have court Monday. I don't know what that really meant. Maybe they're saying that they don't have court Monday. Or that they planned for this to end Monday, but they'll still need, I don't know. We'll see. Peter, hold on. I got your sticker, the lemon lime one. I don't know how to pull it up now. But I did get it, the one with the little lime. We read the alt text. It was like a lime in the arms, swinging in the arms of a lemon. Of a tall lemon. Yeah, I don't see it in the restream thing, so I can only see it over on YouTube, but I can't pull it on the screen. But it's super cute. It is super, super cute. Wait, just now? No. I see. The one I'm talking about was the lemon lime one. 4:12 p.m. Eastern. I wish this guy did the guy that did the opening statements. I kind of wish he did the cross because I'm not saying it would have necessarily been great, but it would have been very entertaining, I feel like.
I'll be taking the bench at 9:30 tomorrow morning. right?
All right, 9:30 tomorrow. All right, so that's that. Do you want to leave this on a? I thought the wife was very, very credible. I feel bad for her. I feel really bad for her. I feel bad for her. I feel bad for Savannah. Like they did not ask to be a part of this. Um, I actually have one other question from earlier today, and maybe I'll just go and re-listen to it and make sure I heard it right. But it sounded like Christopher said that Megan and him they went back to maybe Gregory Rice's apartment when they were talking about the idea to put Megan's idea to put the keys in the side of the couch so the kids would have to look for and find them. Um, that didn't make so much sense to me. Like I guess the theory would be he left and went somewhere. So if he's missing, it's because he left and went somewhere and didn't come back, but he was gone and planned to take the keys with them. But why wouldn't they have just taken the keys at that point and thrown them in the water with apparently where the murder weapon was? But when they were doing that, when Christopher was saying, "Oh, she wanted us to push the keys into the couch cushions," he said something about Megan collecting shell casings that were there from the day earlier. So were there just shell casings on this living room floor? I didn't really grasp that fully, but it stood out to me, and I don't know exactly what that means. Um, yeah, I think Megan. I don't see Megan coming out of this. And again, I think that unless they're going to call a witness to break down why cell phone records aren't reliable, I think that's a really hard uphill battle. I question cell phone data and how prosecutors try to connect dots and imply more than the cell phone data can actually definitively show. But at the same time, I do think that data is really compelling, especially in a smaller geographic area with less places of business, less people, less reasons to be closer in the same place and time. I don't think relying on trying to discredit cell phone data in this situation is enough. I don't think that's going to be enough. Um, and if you have someone at the funeral home that you're going to call as a witness to bring into play some issue with at this plea that you took, seems like you said something about, I don't know what happened after we put Greg's body in the van and brought him to the funeral home. I have no idea what happened there. Seems like the defense attorney wants to show that there's knowledge and Christopher Dontell was lying at his plea hearing. Or he was just trying to shake Christopher Dontell up to make him afraid that he would lose his chance at a lesser sentence. So I'm going to go back and listen to that. Yeah, I think she's toast. I think she's cooked. I mean, um, but I just don't get why they didn't. Like, surely they have to have another witness if they didn't get into certain things with Christopher Dontell. Otherwise, let's see. Where was I saw Trakeisha said it's lackluster. And Derek Croissant said you couldn't call that a croissant. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't know. And he didn't get into, unless I missed it, did he get into how they communicated again after they were released on bail? Did he really poke into that? That's what I would have poked it into. Yeah, you may have had sex after this happened, and maybe you're playing into expectations that the jury is really against that, and it's basically bad character evidence more than it is showing that you still had a relationship. That could have been a trauma bond type of thing in the short term. But what about several years later, like a year ago, not even, like 7, 8 months ago, you guys are both arrested because you're contacting each other again, you're in communication. That's something I would have hammered all the way home, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. So I don't know. Maybe the facts are that bad that they had no reason to do it. So yeah, they didn't even ask about the shooting, the gun. I feel like I'm missing something. So we heard from the one son during opening statements, we don't have to call witnesses. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. And at that point, maybe they're trying to be coy and act like we're not going to tell you our strategy. But at the same time, it's like maybe they really have no idea what they're going to do. Maybe they're not even planning this. Maybe they're just like winging it and getting up there and asking sharp questions and looking right at the jury as they ask the questions. And that's the strategy. It's entertaining at times, but it just, I don't know. Yeah. And Starfish and Coffee, Defense Daddy is hella mad. I mean, I do feel like Dontell knew not to, I feel like he knew how to not let that come in. The specific lines from the plea transcript. But at the same time, the dad could have just let the whole thing come in. He just decisively chose not to. Um, and Peter, I don't see that, but don't send a sticker. It's okay. It's YouTube will do that sometimes when I try to like send a gift. It'll look like it went, and it'll even like shut the chat down, but then it won't actually be there if I refreshed. So, but don't send another one. You sent so much support today, and it's super appreciated. Um, Yeah, I'm glad I'm glad, like, we have kinda, like, how credible is this guy? And there's varying opinions on how credible Christopher Dontell is, or if he has a reason to lie or not. But everyone here is like, What are we missing? What are we missing?" Maybe just wasting time. Not D-Dad. D-Dad, Doodad. Blow up Benny. Yeah, this case is a complete head mash. Um, Keisha, make sure to take in a plea too. I don't know if she was even offered one. Um, and I mean, I doubt that there's no reason for the prosecution to offer a plea unless, I mean, she'd have to plead to a serious sentence. The benefit of her taking a plea at that point would just be in the interest of time, right? We don't have to actually go through a trial. But when they had one flipping on the other, there's no like tangible benefit to the prosecution's case anymore. So she should have been the first to ask for one. Guess she's not manipulative enough. Or she thinks she's that innocent, wanted to take it to trial. I'm never going to fault someone for wanting to take it to trial. But I personally think it looks like, for sure, they both conspired after the fact and partook in a cover up. We didn't get anything from Cross to establish that he's the one that actually planned and shot the guy. We didn't even get into like possible motive. There's so much opportunity that this is just frustrating. He didn't even try to get into possible motives for Christopher Dontell. Oh, she was about to expose and ruin your whole family, your whole image. Your coworkers were going to find out. The coroner sleeping with body transporter. Packet of information showing up at your house. I mean, maybe that's not as compelling of a motive as, a motive for Meagan Jackson, but it's still motive and they didn't get into it. I feel like we're gonna have objections from the prosecutors during closing statements. And it can be tacky. It's bad form to object during closing statements. But I think we could have a scenario where it's warranted, where the defense is going to try to argue something in closing that they didn't actually elicit testimony about. It's just a theory or argument that's in their head, but they didn't want to step into the water and get certain information out of Christopher Dontell. But maybe during closing, they're going to make arguments about the things that I just said I wish they elicited. So let's see. Let's see. Let's see if we get to closing arguments and we get an objection. Um, and what do you guys think about this? I mean, we're in South Carolina. I don't know this specific town. Peter Ortiz says it was all about sex and sin. Uh, how how much do you think that plays a role here in how jurors from this area might be taking in Christopher's testimony? Yeah, Trey Keisha, I I think this is going to be a quick turnaround too, a quick deliberations. I didn't see that she's facing the death penalty. Maybe let me try searching the keyword. Mm-mm-mm. So I don't see that it's not coming up in the results that that's something that the state is seeking. So, and I mean, I think that has to be noticed. So maybe it's just not being reported and we haven't heard it. But I'm pretty sure if they were, that's something that has to be noticed. And I would see it in like search results for news articles on the story when I'm including the term death penalty. So, because I don't think you can just decide after the guilt phase of a trial, you know what, we're going to pursue capital murder. We want to go into the sentencing phase like that. There's no way. So I'm pretty sure it's not on the table, but I'm not 100%. Um, yeah, Derek, the more and more I think about it, I think it's worse and worse the more I think about this cross. So I don't know. Maybe they just gave up, you guys. So there's that, still innocent until proven guilty. As my own self sitting here as a juror, I think she's gonna be found guilty. Um, I would love in like a parallel universe to watch how this would have played out if Christopher Dontell didn't take a plea. Like see how his trial would go, you know? See how it would go with like different parties representing everybody. Um, oh no, Peter, I'll check the back end of Studio and verify. I think I see charges and then it doesn't. I get a receipt from Google when that happens to me. And then it doesn't actually post. So thank you for sending it. Boom's in the chat for Peter. Peter's super sticker is the missing murder weapon, guys. We cannot find his super sticker. But it said, "You are amazing," which is the most beautiful thing that could be inscribed on a missing murder weapon. So big thank you here to Peter Ortiz. Thank you for checking as well. Um, this missing sticker could be the missing cross exam. There's so many things. Peter, where is everybody going after this? What are you guys watching? Because we were going to take a look at the cash out trial. I'm not sure that they actually had court today. If they had court, it wasn't streamed. So no stream, no second stream tonight. We were going to do that for the next few days until this trial was over, and then continue covering the cash out case. But I think there was just no court today. Tabiz, it was terrible. I think it was terrible. Lawyer mistake swing 6 feet in the air and figures I would say. Oh, that's actually okay. So Mims, you guys, Mims is Make It Make Sense. He's been in Tricky. Is he still live at the courthouse for the Diddy trial? I think Mims is a great person to watch the Diddy trial with. He's not afraid to tell you. He talks to the whole gallery. He tries to see what everyone's opinions are. He's not afraid to look at different perspectives. His chat, it doesn't bite. So we could do that. I know a lot of people have been asking about, are you covering the Diddy trial, guys? I couldn't have committed to a 10-week trial several weeks ago. Redirect. But Mims is great. I've watched him cover a few other topics. And if you don't know who he is, Make It Make Sense. Okay, and so he's still there covering live and in person. Well, he's not streaming while he's in the courthouse, but he's there and then reporting on what he saw live. So let's see, redirect. Yeah, Peter Ortiz says bye-bye, so long, Megan. Yeah, I mean, I would be shocked I could picture a hung jury because, you never know, but I cannot picture an acquittal. I just can't. All right, for Make It Make Sense, I think I have to get a link because it's not coming up. Oh, I can't redirect to him. He's blurred out. So, guys, Make It Make Sense. Search his name. He's got a ton of subscribers. His channel will come right up. But if you want to catch up on the Diddy trial, he's been covering it for a few weeks. So, As far as what's streaming now, Mark Betterow is on with Defense Diaries. I have Wade Wilson Jail Calls with Daniela. And it's phone calls. The channel name is phone calls from probably jail. Let's see. Oh, what time is Flesh of the Gods going live? Flesh of the Gods is doing a Lil Woody Art of the Finesse highlight reel tonight. I think tonight. Yeah, 9 p.m. tonight. So I'll drop a link in the chat to that, but we won't redirect there. That's in a few hours. I should watch my phrasing, but we're doing Woody Marathon. And we'll do, so sorry in advance for those who are tuckered out with the Karen Reed coverage. But those who are following Karen Reed, I know people love when Mark Betterow's on a show. So we'll redirect over there. We're gonna teleport chat. We're gonna go over to Defense Diaries and see what they're saying. I did not watch Charges today. I didn't see that. So it'll be new information for me. Peter Ortiz ending us on a great note says, boom, boom, love you, my slime family, with the green hearts and the green amphibious emojis. I don't know how to end a stream on this, you guys. I don't have a song I can play while I find my way out. We're just gonna make it work. And Jenny, I saw looking for this missing super sticker. Thank you so much. You sent a super thank you. So I've got to go read it, but I saw it. So big thank you to Jenny. And glad that you could hang out with us live. And yeah, let's do that. We'll get together again to see if this case goes anywhere positive for Meagan. See you guys tomorrow. I see end stream. We're just gonna go like this.